Thank you, Avinash. Thank you so much. Yeah. Bye.
So what I want to do is that I want to be able to select need further information in case something was missing, some documentation or whatever was missing. So instead of right away declining the application, I want a fourth option which says need further information, and then if I select that, a relative document should get generated automatically. Okay, so that's fourth.
Jashwan, my mouth runs பண்ணிட்டு வாக்கணும்.
Can everybody put their phone on mute, please? We're getting a lot of background sound. Everybody on phone, can you please put your phone on mute? Yeah. Can you ask her to put her phone on mute? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine, but we want her to be on mute. Okay. So you got the change in the requirement? Okay. So in what scenario we would have that highlighted or disabled is that that will be enabled at any time, irrespective of the questions, like whatever the answer is, that should be made available at any time. So that is enabled at all the points, because it's quite possible that they have received everything, but still there's some information and they want to make it as need further information on something. Okay.
Muted.
Fourth option that my users will have. Sumana, did you get that change in the requirement? Yesterday, as I said, that we'll have 3 buttons at the bottom when all the information has been captured by the users. Yeah, it's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I got the need information button.
Yeah, need further information.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we'll talk about the capability of generating the manual letters. Okay. So, for example, if, as I said, if I select here approved, okay, if I have approved the application and I am on the screen of that account where I have the account number, I am on the screen, I'm seeing all the information about that customer. I want some capability. I don't know where you will do. You suggest me. So when I'm on that screen of that customer, so account number is there, customer's account is account information is there, their first name, middle name, last name, everything is there. So I'm on that account screen basically. Somewhere I see that I want to send this letter, the decision that I have made, that document right now, instead of waiting over the night and batch file running over the night, and that will happen. That's fine. We are automating the process. But we also want a capability for the users to generate on-demand ad hoc letter, which is manually created. So where do you think, how are you going to create that? Like, how do you think we would, I would have that capability where I can, I have made a decision that I'm approving this document, this personal loan. So probably on that screen, can you
The next page will either show print now or exit.
Right, but I need to select, right, what, okay, so you're saying that your system will be smart enough to automatically know that I have approved the loan or?
No, for example, if I approve it,
Right.
it will approve button.
Right.
So on the next screen, there would be two buttons.
Okay.
One saying exit, the other one saying print now, which will automatically print the document then and there. The second is exit.
But how does my system know that what document to be printed? Are you saying that system would know based on what decision I have made?
Yes.
It would know automatically. Okay, that's good. So I simply have, and what if I want to preview the document?
Okay, preview and print.
Okay, okay. So you're saying that I have made decision that either it's declined or it is approved or it is partially approved or need further information, and when I say next, it would take me to a screen where it would show me the preview of the letter.
We would have two buttons.
Okay.
Either preview and print now,
Okay.
otherwise exit.
Okay. Okay. So preview, print, exit. Three buttons.
Probably two buttons, preview and print, where if I hit the preview and print, first it will preview.
Okay.
Once I upload, there would be two buttons. Once I upload the preview, then it will print the document.
Okay. Good. So, but print to me sounds like it's just going to print, but we also want to save the copy automatically also, right? So print to me sounds that it's just printing. But whereas we want a button where if I click on that button, it should do two jobs. It should print as well as say one copy of the same document that has been generated on the image right also. So print sounds like it's just printing. It's not. So what do you suggest should be the name of the label of that button? That would not just say print, because print to me means it's printing, and my users might get confused. Okay. Yeah, or probably, yeah, that's good, but maybe we can say generate. Generate means, okay, so generate would mean one is going to print and one is going to save the copy. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, I like that. I was thinking that our users will have to select that what document they want to generate, but that's good if your system can do this functionality.
I don't know how it's going to work, but I...
Yeah, no, that's good. I like it. Okay. Now, let's say, for example, now, for a minute, I am wearing a developer's hat. So here, developers also are there, and we have the QA people, the project manager also. So you as a BA took this requirement, and me as a subject matter expert agreed to the discussion that we are having. So I liked your idea, I liked it. But as a developer, I'm saying, I pitched in and I say, whoa, hang on. You guys agreed on the requirement which says that the user will have the capability to preview the document before generating. But the kind of technology that we are using Silverlight or .NET or Java, whatever. In Silverlight or let's say .NET, currently I don't see we have a capability to show the preview in PDF. So as a developer, I'm saying this. Okay, so I'm saying requirement is that that's fine, but as a developer, we need to do some research and work around. Definitely we can get this done, but right now I don't see that in Silverlight technology we have the capability to show the preview of the document in PDF. That's what the users are asking. We can show in Word, but not in PDF. We don't have that integration between Silverlight and Adobe. Okay, so we'll have to work on it, but right now I can't commit that I can provide that functionality. So that's what, as a developer, I'm saying. So then what you will do? You will have to ask the customer that, oh, someone is here. Welcome back. How are you feeling? Kind of okay? Okay, good, good, good. Oh, so did you meet her? She's Pallavi? She's Parveen. So, good that you could join us. Okay. So we were just talking about, we started, I gave a change in a requirement, me being a difficult SME, subject matter expert. So there's a change in the requirement. Yesterday I said that I want 3 buttons at the bottom which says approve, partially approve, and reject. I also want one capability or functionality where I want to select need further information, just in case where I see that he or she can be a good applicant, but we need further information from them. Okay, so apart from approve, I click on approve button, I click on partially approve, I click on reject. My users should also have capability to select the button which should say need further information, and if I select need further information, then relevant document should get generated automatically. Okay. Did you have any question from yesterday's session? I know you were remote and you were not well.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm kind of okay.
You understand what we are doing, why we are doing what we are doing, what is the project? You understand that? Okay. So you understand those four scope items. What is in scope? And anything else is out of scope. So you as a BA, if I as a subject matter expert am trying to go and get something additional, you will have to raise your voice. Not raise your voice, but speak up. Don't raise your voice on me. Okay. So I told that to these guys, your peer BAs. One is online and one is here. And also, we started talking about how to generate the manual documents now. Okay. So she gave very good suggestions. Pallavi said that the moment my users click on approve, or for that matter any button, I will be taken to a next screen. Okay. From here, let's say for example, I say approve. Here is the personal loan module. Okay, I did all those things. Existing customer, if it is existing customer, I select that radio button. I enter the account number. I get all the data pre-populated from the system. And if it is a new customer, I enter all this information. We discuss the requirements. What is the requirement around first name, middle name, last name, suffix, prefix, all those requirements we discussed yesterday. So all that my user will enter. After entering all the demographics and social security number and all those things, my users will answer the question for four questions that we discussed yesterday. Have you received the 3 pay stubs? Have you received the FICO score, or if it is above 600 or below 600, all those stuff. Remember, you guys should have those requirements. So based on those answers, if all the 4 answers are yes, then I should be able to click on approve. If any of the answer is no, then approve button should not be available for me. It should be deactivated or grayed out or whatever you want to call it. If one of the answers is no, then I should be able to select partially approve. Okay, and if there are 2 or more are no, then it's a reject. And need further information should always be available for me at any point. That's the requirement. Am I going too fast? No. Okay. You good so far?
Yes.
Okay. So then we reached until here. So that module is covered. The requirements are done so far. Then if I say approve, okay, then we will be taken to a next. So the new system that you guys are creating, the UI that you're creating for generating the manual documents. Now, automated documents will run in the backend. So the moment my user clicks on approve, some batch file will run, in the back end, and over the night we will see how many approved documents, loans, how many reject loans, how many partially approved loans were there, and based on that a batch file will run, and that information will be sent to the new application that we are creating here, because right now there is no such capability that automatically documents will be created. So the second part is automated documents creating in the night via batch file. So in the night, a batch file will run. They will check how many approval, how many rejection, how many partial approval, and how many need further information. And that batch file will be sent to the new application that we are creating. So let's call it customer correspondence generator. Okay. So information will be sent via batch file to customer correspondence generator. Let's call it CCG. CCG will receive the information. How many customers need to be sent approval documents? How many customers need to be sent decline documents? And so on and so forth. And based on that information, CCG will create those documents and the templates that we are going to create now. So what is the template for approved loan? What is the template for rejection loan? What is the template for partial approval, and so on and so forth. Okay. So here, once we have the approved templates, all the information that is already here in our application, that will be pulled and fitted in the template, and template will generate the corresponding communication letter, and that will be printed in a admin services printers. So what we don't want is that in the morning when the bank staff comes and documents are flowing all over. So there should be a designated printer where all these documents will be printed based on the batch file that will be sent from this application. So this is Bank of America customer care application. Okay. This is the Bank of America customer care application where all the transactions happen. Now we are doing one enhancement to this application. We are creating that one more module. Plus we are creating one application in Silverlight or .NET where this documentation will be created. So that's something new that we are doing from scratch. That application doesn't exist today, right? And what we are saying is for automated documents, this application will tell to CCG over the night that today how many applications we declined in this application, how many customers we approved, how many we partially approved, and how many we need further information on. So that batch file will contain the account number and the decision. Account number so and so approve, account number so and so decline, account number so and so approve, again approve, decline, partial. So these two pieces of information will be sent via batch file overnight to CCG. So CCG knows that I have to trigger generating documents for so many customers. Okay. Then CCG will again go back to Bank of America customer care application, this application, to fetch the relevant information, what all is needed. So account number so and so approved document. Now for approved document, again CCG will go back to Bank of America customer care database to fetch, okay, for this account number, what is the first name, middle name, last name, address line 1, address line 2. Okay, and if it is approved, how much money is approved, and that will fit into the templates which we will approve. We will create those templates, and boom, that will be printed. One copy will go to ImageWrite. So that's how the automated documents will work. Now let's talk about the manual documents. So in manual documents, you suggested that the moment I click on approve, I will be taken to CCG main screen. Okay, and in CCG main screen, this Bank of America customer care application, this will automatically inform that this is the account number because that's where on the screen I was. I was on the screen of account number so and so. So the moment I click on approve, that URL will take me to CCG, and that URL will contain the information of account number and the loan has been approved, declined, or partially approved, whatever. That information will be sent to CCG automatically. My users do not need to again tell what account number I'm talking about or what is the subject of the document. There will be an integration between this application, which is Bank of America Customer Care application, and CCG. So Bank of America Customer Care application will tell CCG that what account number I'm coming from and what was the decision this user just made on this account number, which is approved, declined. Okay. So based on that, CCG knows already what template to pick up an approval, because just now on this account number, a decision was made that it's approved, right? Am I making any sense? So what I'm saying is that when CCG gets launched out of this Bank of America Customer Care application, CCG will already know that this user is coming from so-and-so account number screen, and just now on this account number, a decision was made that loan was approved. So I have to pick up the approval template, and then, so CCG now has two pieces of information. CCG knows that approval template has to be picked up, and so is the account number. Based on this, CCG will again communicate with Bank of America Customer Care application and now pull all the data for filling in the approval template. So account number is there, but we need first name, last name, address line 1, address line 2, all those information we need. And then how much amount got approved, that all information variables will be filled in, and rest of the body will be hard-coded, and verbiage for that body I will provide to you. Okay. And then we discussed that once that template has been created, the document has been created, then I want an capability to preview the document to see that it's the correct document, everything looks good, the customer name is correct, address is matching, account numbers, everything is matching. I want to preview the document, and the other option will be to generate it once I approve the preview. But the developer told me, your developer told us that at this point, preview capability is not available, unfortunately. They will have to do some research, and since we are using Silverlight technology, doing integration between Silverlight and Adobe is not, like, they can't see it coming, so they have to do some kind of a research, R&D. And they said they can show in Word format but not in PDF. I want in PDF because I don't want my users to be able to make any changes in the document. That is the only purpose of doing this project, that automatically everything should come up and users should not be able to make any changes. System should talk to each other, and CCG should be able to pull all the information from Bank of America Customer Care and put it in the template that we are providing, so that no one can make any changes. That is what is the problem right now in the current state, that users, anyone, like if you are a loan officer, you create her own way, someone else creates the letter their own way, and that's not consistent with what the Adobe wants us to do. Adobe is Department of Banking and Insurance. They have given us the guidelines that all the documents should be sent within 2 business days, and also the language should be consistent. That would be approved from the legal department and corporate communication department. So that is the purpose, that all the users should use same template. They should not be able to make any changes to the template. And correct data should be pulled from the database so that it fits in correctly, right? So since you guys said that PDF is not available, you can do preview in Word. I don't want that. So that's an open item for now, right? I have that requirement, business has a requirement to have a preview in PDF, but you guys need to do some research, okay? So, okay, preview is a requirement. You guys will get back to me, but right now that's a requirement in PDF. And then when I click on generate, one copy will be printed. Now in this case, in manually generated documents, I want my users to have the capability to select their own printer. Remember, in automated documents, I said the requirement is that over the night when batch runs, all the documents get printed. They should be printed in one designated high-speed printer at one designated place. It should not just go all over the place. But in manually generated documents, I want my users, because they are creating documents on their own, so they want to have I want them to have a capability to select a printer. So the moment I say generate, it should show me. And how do you want? How would you create it? Like, I want a capability to make a selection for the printer.
They can use choose printer or something on the print.
Right. So are you saying that when I say generate, we will have one column which will say choose your printer or whatever?
Yeah, if they have a printer, they can select the printer they have.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So that's good. So I want a capability, and then when I say generate, the next thing should come here is for me to have a window from where I can select my printer. The moment I select printer, I have selected the printer, and let's say I say go, then one copy will go to that particular printer, and one copy will go to image, right?
So don't they usually have assigned printer whenever it's manual, right? They don't need to.
So what printer are they assigned to or they are authorized to? They will have to do their own selection. So that is not for us to do, right? We want that whatever printer is configured with their system, they should be able to see that. And if they don't see it, they have to configure it. But we want a capability for them to select the printer. Okay? So then, go ahead. Do you have any question?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
In manual documents, if someone selects need for the information, should it populate some screen giving some message?
Where exactly you're saying?
In the while generating manual documents,
Right.
we have 4 buttons, right? Approve, decline, PA, and need for information.
Yes.
So what should the need for information button populate some screen?
Okay, so just so that the document has that information, right?
Yeah, like when the user should know what's happening after he selects a button. Like when we select approve button, then it will take us to CCG screen and say account number, this loan has been approved. But
Right.
nothing such happens for need for information or partial approval. So what should those screen populate?
No, so when we said that the moment I click on approval, right, I will have a different template, and we are yet to discuss the template. For if I select approval, then approval will have a different kind of document that will be generated.
Yeah.
If I select rejection, then there will be a different type of letter which will get generated, which will say, unfortunately, we are not able to provide you. And I will give you the verbiage for the body of the letter. How I want the letter to be generated, we are yet to discuss that.
Okay.
Okay.
So what will happen if they select need for information?
Need for the information. So in that case, that is a very good point that you have raised. The document will contain that, okay, we need, let's say, your pay stub or whatever we need. So for that, when we select need for the information, in that case, there should be something which we will enter as a user that need one of the pay stub or need address verification or need the additional ID is not confirmed or whatever. So the moment we click on need for the information, user must enter some reason what they need, so that reason gets printed in the document when the document is generated.
Okay. Same should be with a partial approval.
Right. So I was thinking that you guys will ask me these questions when we reach to the templates. We are not reached to the templates yet.
Okay.
Because what are the requirements for template? What gets printed on the actual document in case of approval, decline? So these are good questions that are coming to your mind, and I really appreciate it. Because this is what you have to think about, how your system will know what to print on partially approved loan document, what to print on the need for the information. So all this is going good because I as a user will not tell you everything, okay, at this point. And sometimes even the team, when they reach to that particular requirement, then they start thinking about, oh, how do we know what to print on, the need for the information document? Okay, so that's a good point that she has brought up again. Good.
Thank you.
Okay. So one more thing came up in the requirements. So when I select the need for the information, I should enter certain, I should have some capability to enter the stuff that I need for the information on, so that those things will get printed on the corresponding document that it gets generated. Okay, so I want up to 4 things because I have 4 criteria above, like whatever pay stub is received and address verification or additional ID is not, we were not able to verify the additional ID. So I should have up to 4 lines for me to enter need for the information items.
We have to manually type it because we need a drop down with the already available option.
Okay, so let me think about it.
It already is the system, right? That account number,
But
existing use customer, right?
Right. No, what we are saying that, let's say for example, out of 3 pay stubs that they provided, I as a loan officer was not able to verify 1 out of them. So I need further clarification on what happened, okay? Or I was not able to validate the address for some reason, okay? I was not able to determine their FICO score for some reason. Just based on the SSN that they provided, there was some mismatching information or whatever, okay? Or what was the 4th reason that we had?
Outstanding
Right. So for some reason I need some further information. Okay. So what she's suggesting is, instead of the user being manually entering as I'm telling now, she says, what if we have a drop down and they can select 4 reasons out of that drop down? That's a good idea because that's going to save the real estate also. Here I don't have to enter. There is a chance that, see, whenever users enter something manual, there is a possibility of entering something wrong. So if it's already there and I just have to make a selection, then that removes the possibility or potentially there's no scope for entering wrong information. So I like that. So there will be a drop down, and I can select up to 4 reasons. Is that correct? Yeah, we'll go with that. That's good. So the moment I say need further information, there will be a drop down, and there will be 4 reasons, and I can select one or multiple. Okay. Okay. So let's talk about the template, because a lot of requirements we're going back and forth because you'll realize what we need to print on the document, and based on that we will see what as changes, right? Do you think we should discuss the templates also so that we know what all we need to print? Like in this example, we realized that we would need to print on the document that so and so things are needed, and we did not capture that in the source database, source system. So that's why we went back in those requirements and we added something. So let's talk about the template so that we will know what all are the data fields that we would require to print on those 4 different document packages, and we will know what we are capturing there in the source system and what we are missing, so that we can make changes to those requirements. Okay. So for approval document, what I want is on approval document, I want, of course, on the right top, now we are talking about the template. Okay. So the template standard, like the template that will be created would have on the right top corner there will be a logo of this Bank of America logo, and I can provide you the logo. Okay. And then below that, just below the logo, there would be the branch address, and that branch address, irrespective wherever the user is using, okay, their own branch address should auto-populate. User is not concerned like how you will get it, because the way they are logged in the application, the system should know which branch this user belongs to, and automatically their branch address should just get printed below the logo. Okay. And then there should be automatically the date should get printed below. Actually, let me make a change. So on the right top corner there is a logo, Bank of America logo. Just below that there is a corresponding branch address wherever the customer or the user is located, right? So if I am the loan manager of Edison branch, automatically my Edison branch address should come. So that's a variable here. Okay, it's a variable. Wherever, if my loan manager is sitting in California, their corresponding address should automatically come there. Okay, and then below that should be, below the address should be the phone number. Okay, that's one requirement. And so this is all is right top corner. Now let's go to the left top corner. There is the current date. Yeah.
For manager or the branch?
Okay, let's say branch. Yeah. Branch. Okay. On the left hand side is the current date. Automatically that should get printed. Okay, and below the current date, I want the first name of the customer, middle name, and the last name. So let me tell you one thing. Now I'm just coming back to my trainer role. Okay. So in the template where you are writing the variables which are coming from the data source automatically, the user is not going to enter them, right? So those are variables. Then we will write in the template, we should write them as a variable because they are coming from the data source. They are variables. They will change. If the account number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that belongs to Parveen, then in the first name, automatically the system will pull name Parveen from the data source and put it there, Parveen, and middle name and the last name. And if the account number is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, then that account number belongs to Pallavi. Then in the first name, the value will come from the data source and her name will automatically come there. So that's a variable, okay? And same thing for address of the branch also. Branch addresses are also variable. Depending on the loan officer, where they belong to, which branch they belong to, the address will automatically come. So wherever we are writing the variables, they should come. I will show that so that people on phone can also see it. I have okay, I'll show you here. So when you show in these carets, that means this is a variable and system is supposed to pull it from the source database. Okay. So if you write in this shows first name is a data field. This is a variable. It's coming from the source database. Middle name again is a variable. It's coming from the data source. And whatever the respective values, system will automatically pull it from the database. And same thing for the last name. Okay, so once I have this, first name, middle name, last name, I want address line 1 below that, and then address line 2, state, zip code, and country. So the complete name and address on the letter. Okay, and then I want the account number. Now, since account number is sensitive information, that should be, so only the last 4 digits out of 10 should be the numbers, the actual numbers. First 6 should be encrypted. Okay. And in real world, your user might not just remember, because for them, this is just normal thing for them. So they might not be, it's quite possible that they don't give you these details. So you should ask them, just in case, is account number the sensitive information? Do you want it in full 10 digits, or do you want that encrypted? And if you encrypted, like how much encrypted? Fully encrypted, first thing, whatever. So all those details you will take it from the users. Okay. Then what I want is, after all this information is here, so we have the logo, the branch address, the phone number. Here the current date, You guys didn't ask me what format I want the date to be printed. So I wanted month, fully spelled out month. Like if it is December, so it's not 1, 2. Because, right, it's December spelled out. December and then the date and then, so month, DD, comma, YYYY. Okay? And then we have the name, and then we have the address, and we have the account number. Account number, I gave you the business rules, how to print account number. There are requirements around it. First 6 are encrypted. Last 4 are printed actual number. Then I want dear Mr. / MS Ms. Okay, and then the last name. So last name is variable. That's coming from the source system. So the template should print dear Mr. / MS Ms. And then in variable in those carets, the variable is last name. So the system should be able to just pull this last name. Okay. So since we're talking about the approval letter, this is the template for approval. So then we will say that dear Mr. last name, we are happy to inform you that your loan of, so then again $, and then again it's a variable because it will depend on different customers. Someone might have approved for 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. So the loan amount. So you should write, because we are pulling this value from the database. So again, this is a variable, right? I cannot hard code it as 10,000 or 5,000 because different customer might have different amount applied for. So this variable, we will keep it as a variable, and we are telling the data field name in database, which is loan_AMT. That's how it is defined in the database. And we are telling the developer that go and pull this value from whatever the value is sitting there. So if the loan applied for this customer was 5,000, bring it and print it here. If it was 10,000, 20,000, so it remains variable, and that's what we want to get it printed automatically. So we said your loan of this loan amount. So it should be prefixed with the $. And loan amount of this has been approved. You shall receive your loan package in 3 business days. Okay. And then in the closing, we'll say yours sincerely. And then the person who is logged in, his first and last name. So again, those are variables because that will depend on who is logged in. So employee first name and employee last name. That will come under as a variable. Okay. Did you get the requirement for the closing section? Okay. Then as the footer, I want in the footer at the right bottom some tagline. We understand your financial needs. That should be printed on all the approval letters.
We are here at a disturb.
Yes, ma'am, but So now we have at least most of the requirements covered. For decline letter, we probably need to change the body because we have the template ready. We have the logo. I want everything at the same place. Just the body will change for the rejection letter, partial approve letter, and the need for the information. So we have done a lot of work on creating the template, how the documents should be created. Because remember, the basic purpose was to have the consistency in all the outgoing communication going to the customers. They should be sent out without failure within 2 business days, and there should be a consistent format, and the language should be pre-approved, like approved language from legal and corporate communication department. So that is the purpose of doing all this project. Okay. And remember, most of these documents will be generated automatically. So that is what the purpose of this project is, that our users should not forget, because right now what's happening is we are missing those compliance requirements because sometimes I approved the loan and then I forgot to send out the letter. And that's why we are not meeting the compliance requirements, the regulatory requirements. With this system in place, automatically every night a batch file will run. The Bank of America customer care application will run a batch file at 12 midnight. See that on 21st of December, how many loans got approved, reject, all the stuff. A batch file will sent out to CCG. CCG knowing that, okay, this is account number, I need to generate the document for approval document. CCG already has templates ready, created. That's what we are discussing here. Okay, so CCG knows account number, approval document has to be created. Pull up the approval template, go back to Bank of America customer care database. For this account number, get me the first name, middle name, last name, boom, print it there. Get me the address line 1, address line 2, address line 3. Okay, that's done. Dear, last name, what is the last name? Pull that from the database, put it in there. There's one variable in the body which is loan amount. So for this customer, this account number, go back and get amount what they applied for, 10,000, print it there, and rest of the body is already there in the template. That gets printed. Okay, now who was the loan manager who approved it? Go there and get that employee's first name, last name, print it here. So automatically this gets printed over the night. So 90%, 99%, that will be automated. We are also, in addition to that automated service, we are also providing the capability that my user should be able to print these documents then and there on the fly, ad hoc, manually. Okay, so for that we are creating this UI where user will be able to select and say go print. Okay, so we got the approval template. People on phone, do you have everything or do you need any information? Did you miss out on anything, Sumana?
I just want to know, what about the signature of the loan officer? Should it be there or just name is enough?
So because they are creating this, okay, so that's a very good point. Because in manual letters, they are going to go and pick it up from the printer they selected. But in the automated letters, it's going without any manual intervention. No human being is involved in that. System is talking to system, and over the night, those documents get generated. So what I want is that for automated documents, electronic signatures should be printed. Okay. And for, okay, let's be consistent. For all the documents, electronic signatures should be printed. Very good point, Sumna.
Thank you.
She is totally with me, with us. Usually what happens is the people who are online, they are like sleeping. But you're awake, that's good. Are you drinking some coffee or special tea?
No. I like this.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, the requirement is that yours sincerely, there's a first name and last name printing, and their electronic signatures, which I can provide to you for all the loan officers. Okay. So maybe you guys want to write an action item where business me to provide electronic signatures of all the loan officers. Okay, that's an outstanding item that I have not provided. Okay, so one template is done. Now let's talk about the rejection. Everything is same, just the body. Well, actually, everything is not same. Because, remember I said in approval document, if you go back to your approval template, I said that there is a logo and then there's a branch address and branch phone number. That's fine to give branch address and branch number in case of approval of loan because we are approving, so we want to make it personalized. But in case of rejection, I don't want people calling back to that particular branch and calling that particular person. So I want, if it is in decline letter, then in that case I want to print the head office address, which is PO box. So some PO box 1234 Dallas, Texas. That is the address I want to put. And even the phone number, I don't want to give branch phone number. In the rejection case, I want to give some 1-800 call center number. Do you understand why I'm making this distinction? Because for no loan rejection, I don't want to give personal letters. And same thing at the closing section. I don't want to give my employees first name, last name, and signatures. Simply it should say Bank of America Customer Care or Operations Department. So yours sincerely, instead of employee first name, last name, I want to give Bank of America Operations Department. Yours sincerely, Bank of America Operations Department. There's one more change. So since in the footer we are saying we understand your financial needs, but while rejecting we are actually not understanding the financial needs. So I want to say for further information, please log on to www.bankofamerica.com/online. Okay. So now the body. The body will say, so we got until dear Mr. So-and-so last name, right? That's it. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, all that is same because it's first name, last name, address line 1, address line 2, and then we will do the body will be dear Mr. So-and-so, we got it there, and unfortunately, we were not able to approve the loan that you applied, and then again same variable because all the customers would have different amount. So put it as a variable, loan underscore amount, like we did in here. This guy is a variable coming from the database. We are pulling the value. And that value should be prefixed with the dollar sign. So that line is complete. Then after the period, just say, however, you can reapply after 6 months. Sincerely yours sincerely. Employee first name, last name.
You don't put the name, right?
Huh?
You don't put the name. Oh, employee, no. You put the name? No.
No. Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear.
You just put a VA.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to hear that. You're also getting better. Even though you're medicated, you're on antibiotics, but you are not that much sedated. Good. Okay, so we got 2 templates covered, right? So I will give you the, as a business me, I need to talk to my corporate communication department for rest of the 2 templates. I will provide you the information about that later, okay? But we have discussed the requirements for so far. What you all got? You tell me now. What do you need from me? That's other material. What all you need from me now? That is outstanding on you. You guys are supposed to get back to me when can you do it or not, and when you can do it, right?
Did we finish the template? We have the approval, we have the rejection. We have partially approved.
So that's what I said, that I need to talk to my corporate communication department, and I'll get back to you on that. I will provide you as a business, and that's how it will happen in the real life too. Not half, but sometimes your users will say, I need to get confirmation, I need to talk to someone, I need to talk to my colleague, let me get back to you on this. I will confirm that to you, okay? So we have done 2 templates, 2 are still remaining.
And the 4 options for the partial need for information, 4 options we have.
We discussed that, right?
Yeah, we did. We thought, well, we will have a drop down.
Right. So in the drop down, we said, you guys said that I can select 4.
Okay, that's all.
Right, that's it. Okay.
Printing part, though, right?
Right. So for printing, I think we have discussed that for automated documents, they will go to a designated printer, and then for manually created documents, the user will have the selection to make, and they can select whatever is on their computer, the printers that are configured to them. The only thing I think we need to discuss is the requirements related to the image right, where the soft copy is getting stored. So yeah, so what I'm saying is that my users, so all the documents that we are generating will go and get stored on ImageWrite. The users will be able to retrieve this information for 5 financial years. They will be able to go and get it from ImageWrite. The only thing, keywords that they need to enter is account number. So ImageWrite will ask ImageWrite need to know what document you are searching, right? So for that, the keywords would be users can enter the account number, last name, yeah, last name, but last name can be for many people. So then last name in combination with their zip code, for example. So zip code and last name, these 2 combinations, they will provide all the documents that have been sent out to this particular customer. And the main keyword would be the account number, because that is unique number. So when I go to ImageWrite and I enter account number and I say retrieve documents, all the documents sent out to this particular account in the past 5 years should be displayed on the screen, and then I can make selection. Okay, so I'm looking for in the month of December what I sent. I double click on that, and that soft copy should appear on the screen. So the requirement for keywords is account number. That's the primary keyword. If account number is not available, then last name and zip code. Okay, and then the other requirement that for the last 5 years, those documents should be retrievable. Beyond 5 years, the users will have to make a special request to the help desk, whatever. Yeah, these are a lot of requirements, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we covered a lot. Means we have done the template. We have done the requirements, functional requirements for a new enhancement that we are going to create. We have the integration requirements from this system to CCG to ImageWrite also. So there are 3 integration points. 3 systems are talking to each other, right? Information is getting, the source system is this. From here, we are pulling the data to CCG. CCG generates the documents, and then it goes to ImageWrite, and then it gets backed up. So 3 systems are involved. There are integration points, and there are UI requirements, which are here. We are adding one new tab. In CCG, we are making selection or taking the preview and making commands for generating or previewing, and then we are taking a printout, and then one copy of that document goes to ImageWrite. Okay.
Where should the ImageWrite window be present?
So that is a completely different application. We are not that is out of scope for us. So users, that's an assumption that ImageWrite will be up and running, and only thing we are doing is we are integrating CCG with ImageWrite, and the moment we generate a document, one soft copy goes to ImageWrite, and if the user wants to access or retrieve that document, they will have to open that application and log in and do whatever. That's not in scope for this project. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So far so good. So let's do one thing here. We have discussed these UI requirements and integration requirements. What we still have to do is we have to create a data mapping document, because it has loan amount, right?
Yeah.
How does your developer know where to go and pull that loan amount data field? And we will discuss about it. Don't worry, because we have not touched about data mapping document. Let's get done with the requirements, and there's still one part I just wanted to give you a heads up. We need to create the complete requirements package, and for these requirements a data mapping document is also required. That we will take care. Just remind me if we forget it. That we still have to touch upon. Okay, so we'll take a break, and then we come back. We'll talk about how we should present this information. We've got a lot of information. We've got requirement about the new tab that we're going to create, how it's going to function. So when we create BRD, how you guys will present all this lot of information in one document, one requirement package. Okay. I think someone joined.
Yes,
Okay.
it's me. Sorry, I was late today. I missed everything.
You didn't miss everything, but yeah.
The most important stuff, I think.
Okay. Okay. So maybe we can, set up one call. You can ask Neela to set up a call for you that you missed today for an hour.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. So we're going to take a break and then we'll come back in 15 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
working now, or you're prepared? I don't expect to get you working. Yeah, I'm working. I don't have that problem. I hear that a lot. So you can't start working, right? Or if somebody needs to support you or something. Okay. They'll do that, right? When you just came from India, or so you stay home all day. Okay. And you were working over there. You drive? You can drive. Oh, okay. A little bit. You won't get there. It's boring to stay all day. Especially you're used to it if you're working. It'll work out. You want to be a BA or a QA? Wait, this is like 5 weeks class, right? But I think it's once a week with the family for the people. I think it was just 1 week, but like all 5 and QA is not that involved. For entry, I don't think it was a right? You're married, right? Oh, so he is in IT too? Oh, that's good. So you just came for the class? So you'll come next week too? Oh, next week maybe it's holiday, right? I don't know, because the kids are off too. So when you go to the library in the daytime, or are you into arts and crafts? No? Yeah, because, there's some art class because there's a lot of people here. I know, I'm 32, I get a base with people, but that's the volunteer, like, do some volunteer. If you try to look at people. Oh, GRE. Did you do chocolate? You did what GRE?
Ready?
She's in Vegas. She's pregnant too. She's on radio. She's funny. Just so happy that she's going to Vegas. Do we have a lot of DK people or DK, right? Because I'm abstinent series people. There's a lot of Malayali people. What part of you know from? Kerala. I have a friend from, my co-worker. She's from Hyderabad, and she has 2 kids. Now, for a break, she took a break from work, and she moved back. She went back with the kids, so the daughter is going to winter school, a basic school over there, in Hyderabad. And the one is global.
Okay. So any question before we move ahead? People on phone. So you saw that template that is there, what all you need to include. So considering that, you think you have enough information, or do you need any other information from me? I'm here. This is your JAD session. So whatever you asked, I tried to provide you. I know there are a couple of outstanding items that I need to provide you information on, which is the rest of the 2 documents package, the verbiage, the body, right? I can tell you this, that like the changes I made between the loan accept and reject, right? Some changes I made that personalized and non-personalized. I don't want to give employee's name when they're rejecting. So for that matter, partial approve and need further information, that will use the accept template, like where we are providing the loan, because in there's no need for any changes. Like if we are asking for further information, we can have employee's name, and we can have branch address and everything. So basically the template for loan accept, partial approve, need further information remains same. It's only different is for loan rejection. Okay? So there is a variation, but 3 are same, 1 is variant. So we discussed the business requirements, what business wants. You guys discussed the functional requirements, like how those business requirements will be converted into functional requirements, meaning what is there on the screen, how the screen will look like, how what is drop down, what is text value, what is pre-populating, what is auto-populating, what the user need to enter, what happens if what are the business rules around the approval button, in what scenario it will be activated, in what scenario it will be deactivated, in what scenario the rejection will be activated, deactivated, all those stuff. So we spoke about the functional requirements, business requirements. What is that we didn't discuss so far? We discussed business requirements, functional requirements. What we did not discuss?
Non-functional.
Aha. requirements? What about those requirements? So, non-functional requirements, right? As I said, those are the qualities around the system. So backup, archiving, response time, speed, availability, disaster recovery, right? All those stuff, the qualities of the system. So one requirement we discussed that that we said that after 5 years of data, like 5 financial years, the soft copy of the documents will be archived. So what we mean is that for 5 years, these things will be available online, like real time. And after 5 years, 5 financial years, these documents will be archived. And if the users need them, they will have to raise a service ticket to help desk or IT team. So archiving requirements, we have it for 5 years. We need this information on real time on image, right? And then how about the speed? The documents that are going to be printed, right? Now we have one designated printer where the automated documents will be printed. So manual, that's fine because one at a time, and we are selecting the document, the printer, so that's fine. But how about the automated documents? Because in the night we have a limited time frame, because I said 12 o'clock batch file will run in this micro customer care system. It will provide the information of how many loans rejected, approved, or partially approved, and all the stuff with their corresponding account number. This file will go to CCG. CCG now knows that, okay, these are the account number. In total, today I need to produce 67 letters, for example, or 1,000 letters, because here's the list I got. All those decisions made all over 50 states. And here are the corresponding reasoning, like approved, decline. So then it will go back and pull all the data for those particular account numbers. Okay, account number 1, 2, 3, 4, approval. Go and get the name, first name, last name, address line 1, address line 2, last name, and then the amount that they got approved, all that gets printed. So we have a limited time frame, because like this application, this is one teeny application which is going to run that batch job in the midnight. But there are so many other applications. They have to run their backup, they have to run their batch files, they have to do so many back-end work happens over the night. So we have an hour window, we got an hour window to get these things done for this application, right? So at 12 o'clock midnight, batch file runs, that batch file goes to CCG. CCG then is made aware that, okay, tonight I need to print 1,000 letters, and here are the account numbers, and here are the reasons for those account numbers, what documents I need to create. Then again, CCG goes back to Bank of America Customer Care, pulls all the required information needed to print all those letters, and then boom, it goes and prints those letters, and then one copy goes to ImageRight. So we need to be aware of, cognizant of the time frame that we have and how many documents that can be printed. If we can fit this complete job in that 1 hour, because 12 to 1 is 1 hour window that we have got when we have to finish all this work for the automated documents, right? So what information you need from me to make sure that everything, all these jobs get done and documents get printed and backup is done in that 1 hour window. So let's say we have 1 hour window, okay? I, as a user, as a subject matter expert or business sponsor, I'm saying that there can be 6,000 customers in any particular branch, and each customer can have possibly at the max one application. Okay, consider that there are 6,000 customer in each branch, and they can have on one worse or a good day, each customer has one application that is being considered. So that means 6,000 documents possibly can be printed in one day. One day means we have got 1 hour to finish those jobs, right? So in 1 hour, we can have in a best day or the worst day at the max 6,000 documents, because we have 6,000 customers in a branch on an average, and consider that, assume that all customers on one fine day apply, and we are making decisions on that. So 6,000 documents we should have a capability to print 6,000 documents in for one particular business day. So what that means is that in 1 hour we have 60 minutes, and we are saying 6,000. So that means per minute we should be able to print 100 documents, right? So we have 60 minutes, 6,000 documents need to be printed. So that means per minute we should be able to print 100 or 10. My math is very bad. We have 60 minutes. We need to print 6,000 documents. So per minute we should be able to print 100 documents or 10 documents. 100. Okay, whatever. You do the math. So I gave you the average customer's average document that can be printed at the max, and so we have to be cognizant, we have to be aware that this non-functional requirement should be documented, so that someone in the infrastructure team knows that if we do not have those high-speed printers or servers, we need to procure them, because this is a requirement for this project. Because we have that time frame of 1 hour in the midnight, and the customer is saying that there can be at the max 6,000 documents that can be printed. 6,000 decisions on loan applications could be made in 1 day. So that means, and consider that no user created the manual document in that day. Everything has to be generated automatically, right? In that case, we need to make sure that if that is the case, that per minute 100 documents should be printed, and we need that capability. So someone in the infrastructure team needs to make sure that we have that infrastructure. We have such high-speed printers, we have that servers. The developer needs to make sure that they write the code in such a way that this speed, this non-functional requirement is met. As a BA, you don't have to worry that you don't have to go and find out that if we have printer or not, if we have that logistics or not. You are here to discuss the requirements, document them, and bring it to up to the notice of the entire team. And if that means that software developer has to take some action, they should be made aware of, cognizant of the requirement. If that means that someone needs to go and make purchasing or procure high-speed printers, so project manager will make sure that this is done, because as a BA, that's not your responsibility to procure or purchase and go and ask for some kind of quotations for printer. That's not your job. Your job is to discuss the requirements and document them and bring the team up to the speed and make them aware and communicate those requirements. So whosoever needs to take action on them, they will take care of it. And project manager will ensure that things like procurement, purchasing of infrastructure, of these logistic things, they will take care of that. Okay. So you got two non-functional requirements as well. One is the speed of printing our documents, as well as the archiving requirements.
I'm sorry, which one is the second one?
The second one is archiving. When we will have the documents on ImageWrite for the 5 financial years, and after that, the information will be archived. Okay. So now I gave you business requirements, functional requirements, non-functional requirements. You have all 3 types of requirements. You have discussed all the requirements related to the in-scope item. We discussed the templates, how I want those documents to be printed. What do you need from me in order for you to document this one complete requirements package, which is BRS, BRD, whatever you want to call it, functional requirement document, software requirement specification. So now do you have all the information, or you still have time? What do you want from me? If you have any questions, something is not making sense.
Like, I know that it's all writing, you have to like, do you do any diagram, like flow chart?
Since we have not discussed the diagram, we will keep that for now out of scope. But when we reach there, we will try to tie it up with like how we can create diagrams. So we do have to talk about UML diagrams, and we will create them in Visio and all this stuff. Okay. So what I will do is just to get you started, because I understand this is your first project, right? So you don't know what all you need to, how you need to. I mean, you can do it, but just to get you started, I will give you what I came up with based on the discussions that we had, and then I would ask you to continue building on that, like writing your requirements. You have all of you have your notes, right? All of you understand the scope of the project. All of you have understood the business requirement, what business wants. You asked me the questions about the functional, how the functionality will work on screen and how it will work, and we discussed about the non-functional requirements as well. Okay.
We can get the BRD template from Google, right? And we can do that.
But you have it from me.
I know you have.
Yeah, you can get it from wherever you want. That's fine. But I gave it to you. You can use that. Just whatever I gave you the sample BRS, make a copy of it, save as, and say BRD for CCG, whatever name you want to give it, and then once you have another copy of it, get rid of whatever is written, the material, get rid of it, make it, plain, simple template, and then you can fill in whatever information you want to fill in, and you have to fill in. So there is a proposed system section, right? So you write what we are going to build in this system, why we are doing this project, right? And then we have, why don't I just open it? So as I was saying that I will get you started, whatever discussions we had so far yesterday. So, and then after that you can, I'll make it bigger. Is it better? Any better? Okay. So, project number, whatever, that will be given to you by project manager, because each project has its own unique project number. Bank of America personal loan, CCG, that's the name of the this thing, and you can just fill out whatever. Project sponsor, project manager, BA, whoever is the BA on this project. Okay. The scope of this document, that will remain same, all more or less. The scope of this document is to put together all business requirements and corresponding functional specifications related to customer correspondence generator, which is CCG, that's the project that we are doing. This document outlines the quality assurance standards of this project. Signing off this document by business lead and sponsor indicates that all functional and business and functional requirements noted in this document have been reviewed and approved. The final application shall be built and rolled out on the basis of the requirements noted and approved in this document. It's just what I sometimes write. You can change whatever you want because it's your document. But that's basically the purpose. Why we are writing this document is to make sure that we have understood the requirements, to make sure that business lead and sponsored have reviewed it, approved it, and since they have approved it, the software will be built based on these requirements, and similarly QAs will also use these requirements to generate their test cases and execute their test cases. Any terms and acronyms that we used, I might not have covered everything, so you can use them. So whatever acronyms and terms you use, make sure that you have explained them well, at least up front in the document or wherever. It can be at the end also. I'm not saying this is how you have to create your document, but just so you understand that what all should be included in your requirement package. Intended audience, the business needs their manager to provide business and functional requirements, review and approve them. That's what their role is on this project. And also developers and QAs, because they have to review, develop and test the functionality. That's what they will do. That's why they're involved in this. So whosoever is who is the consumer of this document that you are producing? So your product, this document, who are the consumers? Who is the intended audience? That's what you are describing here. The primary audience. Not that other than these people, they cannot read it. That's not the idea. Intended primary audience who are basically going to consume this product that you are creating. Right? So business users, because they have to provide the requirements, review it, approve it, and then the developers and QAs, because they have to understand the requirements from this document and develop the software as well as test it. Assumptions that we are making is after implementation of Bank of America Customer Care Personal Loans module, all personal loans will be processed using this new module. This shall improve the speed of average time taken to process such applications. These are all the assumptions. These are not proven yet, so we are just assuming as of now. All outgoing communication to the customers related to personal loans shall be only via CCG, and no manual communication out of CCG can be sent out. The system shall automate the communication channel. This shall also comply with regulatory requirements of state and federal government bodies which govern our banking organizations. So these are all the assumptions we are making, that when we implement this project, these are the benefits, or this is what this product will do. Resources approved for this project shall be made available until the project is successfully delivered. This is usually the given, and project manager has to take care of that. But just in case, you can, and more, like as and when you go in your real-time project, you will ascertain what are the assumptions that we are making while we are working on this project, and these assumptions should stand true until and even after the project is implemented. Constraints. So as we discussed, preview of letters in PDF before generating them is desired, but this feature is currently not available in Silverlight or .NET platform. So whatever, this is the technical constraint so far that we have. As a business, I wanted this capability for my users to have a preview functionality. The moment I say approve and then CCG gets launched, and I see that I should be able to preview it in PDF and see, okay, everything looks good. Customer name is populating correctly. Their address line 1, everything is populating correctly. Everything is, left margin, right margin, everything is in format, and the template is correct template. Like I approve the loan, and actually the approval document is getting printed. It's not that whatever reason, whatever happened in the back end, and here in the application I approved the loan, but somehow the decline document is getting printed. So that's what I don't want. So that's why I wanted a preview capability. But right now, your technical folks said that that capability is not available, so that's a technical constraint right now. They said they will come back, they will do the research, and they will provide some workaround. But so far, that's a requirement, and that's a technical constraint we have. So that's how you will write those things under constraint section. It can be any business constraint also. Business has some kind of a constraint that they something, whatever, they don't have any process in place and they're not able to provide any information. So those things we will write under the constraint section. Whatever is the roadblocker or hindrance or bottleneck that might be there in order for us to successfully deliver the project. Dependencies. Data depends. So what are the dependencies for us for this particular project that we are building, CCG? What are the internal or external dependencies? All of them you must document here. So we are saying data dependency from the source system. So of course, in order for us to generate documents, right, we are pulling the data from Bank of America customer care application, right? If the data is not valid, or there's a trash data, or there's some problem with the data, that's how CCG will pull and it will print. So we have a major dependency there because we are pulling all those variables that we discussed. Customers' information, their first name, last name, middle name, address line 1. If there's something wrong in source system, right? For example, Pallavi, her account number is so-and-so, 12345. Her name is Pallavi and last name. But somehow in the source system, her address is wrong, right? Somehow those people, that team members, those tellers or who opened her account, they entered her address wrong. We will pull, because CCG will pull whatever is there in the source database and we will print as it is. So there's no validation here and we are not to be blamed for that wrong data. So we have a major dependency there, and plus if, for example, Bank of America customer care application is down for some reason, it's not up and running. So in the night when batch file runs, and CCG will not be able to produce documents because it is dependent on that to pull data from the source database, which is Bank of America customer care. And for some reason, if that is down, then this functionality will also be down because it will get an error message saying source system not responding or whatever, right? So there are dependencies for us to successfully deliver the functionality. We have these kind of internal or external dependencies that we're documenting here. Why? Because we want to make sure that, okay, we are promising that this is how the system will work. However, assuming that all these things will be made available to us. So that's why we are writing assumptions and we are writing the constraints and dependencies. If any of the assumptions doesn't stand true, that will become a constraint, right? That will become a constraint for our project to successfully function, smoothly function. What all we are promising, not our fault, right? Another dependency is UI changes need to be made in Bank of America customer care application in order to provide functionality to launch CCG. Because right now we don't have any CCG. So we are building CCG, however, we have to tell that other team to build that UI, make their UI changes where we said we'll click on whatever here on that account screen and we'll click on generate new document and then we will be on the CCG screen will be launched. So all those changes that need to be made, we are not going, for us that's out of scope, the other team will create that. For automated letters, CCG shall receive batch file containing indicator for CCG to generate letters automatically on nightly basis, not only, sorry, on nightly basis. So what we're saying is that Bank of America customer care application needs to run that batch file, and that is a trigger point for CCG to know that, okay, tonight I have to create 3,000 documents. So if that is not happening in customer care application, so we have a dependency. We need a triggering point from, right? So we have a dependency to start our job. If we don't get that batch file, if we don't get that information, we will not be able to initiate or kick off printing the document. Number 4, documents repository system image write must be up and running in order to retrieve any documents at later stage. So we are saying that our scope was that the users will be able to retrieve all the documents for 5 years. But if image write system, that application is not up and running, of course, we will not be able to provide that functionality. So that is a dependency here for one of our functionality that we are promising will be available after implementation of this project. However, if image write is down, we can't do anything about it. Okay. So then we're talking about what is the proposed system. Proposed system is, in addition to the existing system, Bank of America Customer Care, there is a need to automate personal loans unit as well. Users shall be able to auto-populate basic information of existing customers from the source system, besides having capability to input information of completely new applications. So we're just telling what is the proposed system going to do at a very high level. Okay. So we are saying that we have the existing functionality. We are adding the personal loans unit, that tab as well, so that personal loan unit can also be automated and can use this system. And we are saying that at a very high level, users shall be able to auto-populate basic information of existing customers from the source system, besides having capability to input information of completely new applicants. All the outgoing communications to such customers shall be via newly built .NET-based application called CCG. CCG shall receive automatically generated batch file every night from Bank of America Customer Care with information on which account numbers need which document package, approval, partial approval, decline, need further information. So at a very high level, we are telling what is the proposed system going to do. CCG, apart from generating automated document package, shall also provide capability to users to generate these documents package manually using newly built UI of CCG. Automated documents shall be printed at the end of the day in admin services designated printers, whereas the system shall provide option to the users to select printer or ad hoc or manually created or on the fly documents. All letters, be it automated or ad hoc, shall be stored in our content management repository, which is ImageWrite. So that is a very high level end-to-end description of what this entire part is going to do. So from handling the personal loans to generating the documents both manually as well as automated, and how they will be printed, both one is in overnight and one on the fly, and how they will get stored in the images. That's the soups to nut, end-to-end, A to Z, complete high-level description. Then we will talk about the details in the business and functional requirements. So then we are talking about business and functional requirements of personal loan and ad hoc documents package generation. So business requirement 1 is users shall have capability to initiate application process of personal loan from within Bank of America Customer Care. So we are assuming that Bank of America Customer Care is up and running, that existing functionality is there. So number 1, there shall be an additional tab on homepage of Bank of America Customer Care application labeled personal loan. So that is one additional tab that we are going to create. Only users with appropriate roles-based authority shall have access to this tab. Users shall have capability to make selection from following 2 radio button options. So existing customer, new customer. There will be 2 options. The moment users will appropriate authority, they will click on personal loan tab. Remember, that's what we are going to build here, right? And then when they click on that, the first thing they will be asked is it existing customer or new customer? So then let's talk about if the user selects this. So then in the next requirement, we are saying system shall auto-populate basic demographic information of personal loan, not automatic. Personal loan applicant, if it is an already Bank of America existing customer. Okay. So in the functional specifications we are describing now further. This is a business requirement. Business wants, if it is an existing customer, the information should auto-populate. Now how that will happen, that we are describing in functional specifications. If the user selects existing customer radio button, so we are talking about this, right? If the user selects existing customer radio button, the system shall prompt the user to enter 10-digit account number of the existing customer. So when they enter that, system shall auto-populate the following basic information of existing customer. The first name, middle name, last name, address line 1, address line 2, zip code. So there was some requirement around zip code. Numeric entry only in the format of 5-4 numbers. City, country, date of birth. Then there's another requirement around it. If no matching record is found for the entered account number, system shall return the below noted error message. No matching record found for the account number you entered. Please enter a valid account number and try again. Okay. So if I missed on anything, like probably if there was any requirement based on your notes, you can change it. Okay. This is just to get you started, whatever I remembered on the discussions we had. But you guys have the actual notes, right? Then BRS 3, business requirement 3 says, system shall provide the capability to use the user to enter applicant's basic demographic information for new customers. So we spoke about this. What happens if a user selected this? Then we're talking about new customers. Then if user selects new customer radio button, the system shall prompt the user to enter the below information manually. So first name, middle name, last name, address line 1, address line 2, zip code, again numeric entry only in the format of 5-4 numbers. City, there was a requirement around it. So drop down auto-populated with New York, because remember we said we do maximum of our business, 70% of our business is from New York. So we want that to be pre-populated with New York. And then New Jersey and PA as the next available option, respectively. And then all other states in alphabetical order. That's what the requirement was. Yes?
Yes.
No? Forgot? Maybe? I'm still not getting any excitement from you. Did you forget it or not? No. You're good? Okay. Country always auto-populated to USA, because remember what was the justification that business gave to us? Why it's always populated to USA, and users cannot change it. Why?
Because they don't have business out of US.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay. So, and then user will enter the date of birth, date field, it's the date field, permitted format, month, TD, YYY. Actually, I forgot that the user said that it should be a calendar select, so there should be an icon with a calendar, and if I click on that calendar, the complete calendar should appear, and I should be able to just make a selection. I don't have to enter in like this format. It should display in this format, but there should be a calendar select field where, you know, have you used, like, if you go to any application, there's a calendar icon, you click on it and automatically you can select it. So that is the requirement here. Okay. You guys have the requirement. This is just to get you started. Because, you know, so what I'm trying to tell you is consistency, because system shall provide, that's it. If you're saying system shall provide this capability or users shall have this capability, just keep that consistency so that everybody understands what you're trying to say, right? Just very basic English, no technical jargon, no business jargon. Even if you have to use some business and technical jargon, make sure you explain them up front. And if you're saying that system shall provide this, just use that. Like, it doesn't matter though, but you can just keep on jumping from here and they're like, system will do this. Just be consistent. User shall have capability to do this. Very simple. No confusing language. Right, like sometimes we read in literature or novels when it's like long paragraphs going on and on and on, and you have to read 10 times the same line to make sense of what. So no one is checking your literature language or how hi-fi grammar you have. Keep it simple, keep it consistent throughout the document so the readers also know what you're trying to say. And this is how Pallavi writes. So there's a consistency. This is how Parveen writes, and this is and everybody from QA to developer to business users to project manager, all the stakeholders should be able to make sense of what you're saying. So very simple, pretty simple, concise, and consistency. That's all is required. And since these are all individually numbered, so BRS 3.1.A, developer knows that I have to build this functionality. This is how the name, even around the name is one field, but they have to make sure that there's a first name that user should be able to enter, the middle name that user should be able to enter, last name. We also discussed the requirements around these, so you can update them as per your notes. So I said first name, the max length is 100, and then the middle name, only middle name initial is permitted, and for the last name 50 characters and only characters, maybe not numbers. And then I also said we will have for prefix we will have one drop down where Mr., Mrs., Ms., or if you want to keep doctor or whatever that. And then we said that we will have a suffix where senior, junior, 1, 2, 3, and that's the optional field. All those stuff requirements that we discussed with the business users, we have to document them. So based on these, then your next requirement would be that we discuss enter the SSN number, driver's license number, additional ID, all those things you will provide in this section. So I use this first name, address, country, and date of birth as this section in BRS 3. In next BRS, you can talk about the other information like social security, driver's license, and you can talk about those requirements in this BRS, and then you can talk about those answers, right? Those questions that they need to answer, and they can say yes, no, and all the stuff. And then you will write the requirements around each selection that user can make. If any of the question is no, then approve button will not be activated. So when you write those requirements, write the clear, concise requirements, the business rules around those selections, right? So you'll have to talk about that. So I left it here so that you can complete it, and then I talked about the document generation. Okay. So then we have a BRS, and if you need to add more requirements, you feel free to do that. If you want to remove, you got done in only 4, then I don't see that coming though, because you have a lot of requirements to cover. But in case you need to insert, you do that. It's not. I'm not saying that within 4 and 5 and 6 all your requirements will be done. It depends on how detailed you go, how you segregate, and how you bifurcate, and how you decompose your requirements. So let's say, for example, you got done with all those functionalities that we spoke about. Then there is a business requirement which says Bank of America customer care system shall have capability for user to launch CCG. So then from within the Bank of America customer care, we can launch CCG. User shall click on whatever requirement that we discussed. I just gave you one example that I thought, but from wherever we discussed that user will click on that button and then CCG will get launched. In this case, I'm saying user shall click on admin tab, action, new document, but whatever we discuss, you can write it. Okay. CCG shall be launched as a separate web page with account number information of the customer for whom application is being processed, right? So that's what we said, that CCG will get the information from that URL within that which customer we are talking about. CCG system shall provide capability for user to select document package for the account number they were in at the time of launching CCG from Bank of America customer care. User shall have following option to make from selection. But then we discussed that user will not have to select, because that's what the suggestion was, that CCG should know that what is the decision just now was made in Bank of America customer care. So articulate or word it whatever you want to do it. But basically what this requirement is saying is that if the user clicked on approve, then for this account number and the decision that I made, approve, reject, or whatever, CCG will know that, okay, the user is coming from this account number and just now an approval decision has been made, so I have to generate the approval package. Okay, so you will have to document those requirements. In this case, I'm saying that in CCG, also, when the user is in CCG, user will still make a selection that I want to generate approval package or partial approval, decline, or need further information. But we had a variation there. We said since user has just made a decision and he is coming from that account number screen, so these two systems should be smart enough to know that, okay, so user has just made a decision there, and so these two systems are integrated. So CCG should know that so-and-so account number, the decision was approval, so the CCG should be smart enough to know that I have to pull the approval template and I have to generate that. So user should not have to make another click and say that, okay, I have approved the application in Bank of America customer care and now I'm creating approval document. No, CCG should know and smart enough to pick up that information that so-and-so account number and so-and-so is a decision, and so the corresponding package should be generated. So you can document those requirements as per the discussion that we had in the JAD session. Then you will go on and, so preview, user shall have system shall provide the capability to user to preview the PDF of the document that needs to be printed, and then you will document the functional requirements. You will talk about there will be a generate button, click on generate button will do whatever. Click on generate button will basically prompt the user to select the printer, and then one copy will go to that selected printer, and then you'll talk about the requirements of saving of that soft copy. So then that will become the end-to-end about the UI functionality, which is where the user is acting with the system. So user and systems interaction will be captured. Then we will have the automated, which is nightly batch file. Both the system are talking to each other. So what needs to be done, right? So that will be left, and that's where, excuse me. So you'll take care of the rest of the requirements. Any questions so far? People on phone, am I running too fast?
I'm good.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Subhana, where are you located, by the way? Sorry, we just didn't.
Boston.
Boston. Okay, so yeah, okay. So before we go ahead with the automated documents requirement, we promise that we will let Sumana speak and give us one primary speech to all of us. And yesterday again we forgot, so I don't want to do that. Please, ma'am, go ahead. Tell us something about you.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in engineering. Then I was working for Wipro for 2 years as a software engineer. We worked for Ericsson client, and I was a Java developer there. Then later this year I got married and I moved here. I came to US only in March.
Okay.
So I'm on a dependent visa. Now I did not enjoy Java development much, so I wanted to move to business analyst.
Good. So that's why you're asking logical questions. So she's thinking 2 steps ahead always. That's good. Okay. So you worked in Wipro as developer, Java developer?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. So what do you think about the BA job so far? I know we have to still talk about QA and we are just halfway through BA. And you also, I hope, got a chance to go over last week's presentation that we did last week. Not last week, but last week we had a couple of
Yes.
classes. So I think we spoke about Agile and Waterfall in those classes. What do you think about those discussions? Any suggestion or any comment or any question about that?
My previous project was on Agile, so I had a bit idea what Agile is.
Okay.
So far I don't have any questions.
Okay. That's good. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that we have your introduction too, because that's what we did in the first class. So any book or movie that you watched recently and you liked it or disliked it, and why you liked it or why you disliked it? Huh? Oh, you already watched? Arey, wow, this is good.
I watched PK on Friday. I liked it. It's hilarious.
Oh, is it a comedy?
Yeah. It's somewhat like Oh My God. The
Oh
Akshay
yeah, I have
Kumar,
heard that. Yeah.
It's on similar lines, but it's really good.
Okay, so then that's a recommendation we all have got.
Yes.
That's what we should do this week.
Only thing I didn't like was the unnecessary songs. That's all. The rest was
That's
good.
always there in Bollywood movies.
Yeah.
But where in India you're from?
I'm from Bangalore.
Okay. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay, so then, as I was saying yesterday to you, that the level of detail, to what level, so Pallavi asked a question after the class was done, that how much detailed question should I ask? Like, how do you want this? How do you want the date? You know, is it like going too much? Am I asking so many stupid questions? Is it like at some level, business user will say, come on, it's implied, why are you asking me all those small little things, you're wasting my time, all this. So I was telling her that it will depend on the team structure and the decision that we have made upfront, that at what level we will provide the details to developers and to the QAs, because we don't want to bypass our zone, and we don't want to go in design phase unnecessarily, where we are telling to the developer that for this particular field, there shall be a drop down available. What if the developer has a better option technically, and that's user friendly as well? Because technically they are, of course, more advanced and aware than us. So in those scenarios, the level of details that we will provide would be, okay, here are the business requirements. As a business users, we want this. Now, how you develop it, we keep it to them, and we don't go in the design phase, in the design zone. Let them have free hand, and because if we document everything in here, that means the software should be developed in that way. So if we said there shall be a drop down, so he will create a drop down itself, because if he doesn't, then QA will be testing it, and the QA will say, okay, so the requirement document says this, but the system is built like this, so there's a defect there, right? So there will be a whole lot of a mess. So we will make a decision as in to what level we want the details in our business requirement document. Is it to a level that we are giving a spoon feeding, like everything on the silver platter to the developer, telling each and everything, or hand holding, and telling them that this is what should be there? You can do that in a team structure, for example, if the developers are not that seasoned. but team and project manager depends more on the BAs to do all this analysis work, do all this groundwork, have the discussions with the business users, and provide every detail, each and every detail to the developer, and then we will document to that level. But if the decision in the team, within the team is made that, okay, we will provide you the business requirements to the level that we have decided, then after that, design decisions you make. I will, as a BA, I will not tell you what to do. I will not tell you that you have this accordion or radio button or all those stuff. We will give you the business requirement, what the business wants, and then you make your design decision. Okay. But here, since we are learning the basics, so we are telling you, or we are discussing here, we are talking about having the minutest detail so that you are prepared in case your team desires so. Your team makes a decision that each and everything a BA will make analysis, they will do the analysis, and they will provide us on a silver platter in the form of the complete detailed requirement. So you should be prepared about it. However, it will depend on the discussion that you have at the team level, that to what detail level you will provide the requirements to the development team. Okay, so you should be prepared for both. Whatever works for the team, because it's a team effort. You should not just always come with your baggage that, no, I will provide you this much level of detail. What that means is you're going in the design phase, and then you're asking for trouble in a way that if you said this should be a drop down, and for example the developer has some better solution for it, which is technically easy for them, which is user friendly, which is going to save the real estate on the UI. So let them make their decision, make them call, and don't just stick to your guns, because then when QA comes, they will be checking both the things, and if there are discrepancies, then that doesn't solve the purpose, and that was not the purpose of creating this document. So the software should be in compliance with the specifications that you wrote. So the automated documents, right? So we spoke about the new tab that we are creating. We spoke about the manually created documents, how they will be created. So automated documents, CCG shall receive a batch file containing indicators to generate automated letters. So then there's a description about that business requirement. Bank of America Customer Care shall send a batch file at the end of each business day with indicators to CCG in order to generate automated letters. The batch file shall contain account number and corresponding document package to be generated for that day. So account number 123 needs to be sent approval letter. Account number so and so needs to be sent decline letter. So all that, these two pieces of information shall be sent to CCG overnight from Bank of America Customer Care application. Based on the above indicators, the CCG system shall generate automated letters using the pre-approved templates that we have discussed. CCG system shall print automatically generated letters. So based on above indicators sent by so-and-so application, all automatically generated letters created by CCG system shall be printed at specified admin services printer. So that printer will print all the documents. And then there are the backup requirement, like we said, that one soft copy shall be stored in the image, right? So CCG system shall store all automatically generated letters on our content management repository, which is ImageWrite. All automatically generated letters shall be saved on ImageWrite automatically. So the user do not have to do any extra step. They don't have to they don't have to click anything. The moment they click on generate, boom. That implies that has to be saved. Any letters that's getting printed, that should be saved. And same thing for the automated, same thing for the package, manual letters. So before we talk about the non-functional requirements, maybe I can show you the so for the loan approval template that we discussed, and you can make changes based on whatever notes you have, because I have whatever was in mind. For approval letter, that's what we discussed. There will be a local, and then there will be a branch address, and then there will be current date. We have the requirements around it. Then we said we'll have first name, middle name, last name. These are all the variables we are pulling from the source database. We are giving the data field names here. We are telling the developers that these are the variables sitting there in the database already. Users are not entering these fields. You have to pull the values and put it in here. Dear Mr. or Ms. whatever last name, again it's a variable. Whatever the last name of this account number, pull it and print it here. We are happy to inform you that your loan application for about reference account number for applied loan, again it's a variable. The value is coming from the source system, whatever they applied for, 5,000, 10,000, and the dollar sign is prefixed to this field. Right? The API for this amount is whatever the value is coming from the source system. Percentage is suffixed here. So whatever. Now rest is all hard-coded. There's no variable here because that's all the hard-coded verbiage, body verbiage that business gives to you. This language is approved by the legal department, so it has to be like this. And whatever. Then sincerely yours, employee first name, employee last name. And then you can also put, because that was a requirement that came in during the session, that electronic signatures should be there, so you can put it in here. And then the footer that we discussed was, we understand your financial needs. For the rejection loan, we had a different requirement. For further information, please log on to whatever. Now there's something wrong in here. Something wrong. And we discussed that in the JAG session, in the requirement session. So that formatting all the requirements around them, that they will be in the BRS, right? They already be having the BRS. Prefix.
No, I don't think.
No. People on phone, what's wrong in this template?
We discussed 3 business days probably.
3 business days. Oh, you will receive your package, something like that, okay? Oh, that's fine. I mean, yeah, that is true. But as I said, that based on whatever notes you have, you can make changes. But that's true. That rule, business rule will be in the BRS. So you will have to make sure that you have that business rule documented. But that's a good point too. But I'm not talking about that. One more. Something is wrong in this template.
Phone number of the loan officer.
Phone number of the loan officer. Somewhere near. You're right. That's also true. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So she got it right. At the right direction. She's going in the right direction. So I have hard coded this. Right? This is variable. That should be variable because depending on the user, which branch they are in, not everything should be Edison, New Jersey, right? If we give them like this, the template, the developer is going to, I mean, of course they have common sense, they will ask you, there will be questions, follow-up questions, but just in case there's a lack of communication, they will, for all the documents, this will be printed as hard-coded, whereas the requirement is that it should be variable. The value should be dependent on where the employee is logged in, and that branch address and phone number should come. Okay? So this you can make it as a variable again. Okay. And for loan rejection, I said this is hard-coded because for any rejection, it should be headquarters address, and the phone number is also 1-800 call center number. So all that this is okay. And you can make changes whatever we discussed. Like during the discussion we had a lot of changes. So I will send you these. I mean, I have made this change, that Bank of America Operation Department, and the footer as per the requirements. For more information, visit us on this. So basically, the template is created. You can make changes based on the discussion that we had. As we went along, we made certain decisions, we made changes. Okay, so whatever we discussed as per your notes, you can have the body here. But this remains all same. I think that's what we discussed. So make changes as per your notes to these templates, and plus you'll have to create 2 more templates for partial approval and need further information. Those 2 templates will be created. So then we will have all the 4 different types of documents templates, the packages, and we have the business requirements. You will have to, of course, complete them. I just started them, so you will have to finish them. And we have functional requirements, and then we can discuss for the non-functional requirements. So non-functional requirements, we said we have the archiving requirement. All letters generated by CCG shall be saved on image right for 5 financial years. After 5 years, the letters shall be archived to backup database and shall be available from there. So here, like, of course, you're using generic terms, backup database, but then in real life, we should know like where it will be archived, and we will take that information from DBAs, and we'll work with the technical team, and we can provide the correct location of how and what will happen. Speed of generating letters, considering each branch has 6,000 account holders, and each account can receive up to 1 letter each day. There can be up to 6,000 letters generated at the end of each business day. Hence, CCG system shall be able to print 100 letters per minute. Now, if that means that we don't have high-speed printers, if that means that we need to upgrade our servers, or if that means that the code should be written in such a way that all these A to Z, nuts to soup, everything should be taken care in that window that we've got overnight. Someone has to take care, not us. We are discussing the requirements, business requirements, non-functional requirements, functional requirements. And so basically we discussed the business requirements. We segregated them into functional and non-functional. What are the functionalities? We put them in functional requirements. What are the qualities of the system? We are segregating them into non-functional requirements and documenting them, discussing them over and over again, having structured walkthrough with the teams like this. You have the projector, you show them, go over them, provide them hand-holding, discuss the requirements. Someone has questions, address them. Okay, so everybody is aware of the requirements, and if that means that someone in the infrastructure team, administration team, project manager has to bring on the quotations to get these things done, let it be. Okay, that's not our part of our job to at this point at least to do all those stuff to make things available. But whatever, we are the voice of the customer. Business needs are this, business requirements are these. We are discussing them, bringing all together, the IT team, the infrastructure team, the project manager, and making sure that when we are ready for implementing this project, so and so things are available to us. Okay. So you can document, like finish whatever is here from there and make changes. Feel free to make changes because I didn't have those notes. You have the notes, so you can make as per whatever the discussion agreement between the IT team and the business stakeholders during those chat sessions that we had. Okay. Then we're talking about who will have access to this newly created personal loan tab or module. Loan department with level 1 users shall have access to this module, access to all the modules. Managers, user with access level of manager shall have access to all the modules. So all these managers will have access to all these modules, and the personal loan module, only the personal loan officers with level 1 access shall have access to this module. Okay. So interfaces or integration. So interface between Bank of America customer care and CCG. Of course, those two systems are talking to each other because a lot of data dependency, data is flowing between the two systems, and CCG is going to generate the documents package based on the data that they are pulling from source system. An interface between, I put it in here, but we didn't discuss this requirement. As I said, that the moment we enter the SSN number on the UI, there will be an integration between the Bank of America customer care system, and it will be talking to the database of, let's say, FICO, from where we get the score, the financial score. Or there are third-party vendors who provide these services. So the moment we enter the SSN number and matching last name is there and date of birth is there, and we tab out of those fields, there will be an integration between this application and in the back end it will go and service will go and fetch us the financial score of the customer. So based on that financial score, the decision can be made that it's below 600 or above 600, and are we giving the loan to this person or not. So that kind of a stuff. A lot of integration happens between one application with internal as well as external applications and databases. And then we have interface between CCG and ImageWrite, because in CCG we are generating the document, but one copy is getting saved in ImageWrite application. So there's an integration point between these two applications too. These two applications are talking to each other. Business need to provide verbiage for rest of the document packages, so that is an open item because we discussed two. We need to discuss two. But based on what we discussed, like, can you come up with the partially approved and need further information template as well? Like, I won't go with the why you did that, or just come up with some kind of verbiage. Just assume that I provided you, the business provided you. Okay? No? So then you will have to finish these requirements that we started, the chat session that we had. So we started with nowhere. We didn't have any idea what we are doing. Then we tried to understand the high-level scope of what exactly we are supposed to do. Then we were given the high-level scope. Okay, this is the high-level scope, basically 4 items. So you guys understood what we are doing. Then we discussed the UI requirements of the new functionality that we are going to build. We discussed, okay, there's additional functionality, and within that additional functionality, there are 2 different ways that can be that functionality can be achieved, which was generating the corresponding documents based on the decision that we have made. And that functionality can be achieved in two ways, automated and manual. We discussed about both the requirements, how the automated documents will be generated and how the manually documents will be generated and printed and saved. So the fourth in scope item was where ultimately these soft copies of these documents will go and how we can retrieve them. Okay. So we started from nowhere, tried to understand the scope, tried to elicit the requirements, what exactly the business wants. And then we had two sessions, one yesterday, one today, and based on that, some initial documentation has already started, but you will have to work on that and finish that document to create VRE. Okay. Any questions so far? Anything that is not making sense? And that can be from people on phone too. So this is for the entire class. No? Okay, so then I'll give you one more work. If you said no, it's all clear, then one more assignment. So once you're done with completing this document, and you will agree that like half of the work has been done, right? So what I want you to do is finish this as much as you can and try and pick up any application which is already working. Okay? Any application that is already working, and it's your choice, whatever you pick up. It can be any banking application, it can be any online shopping application like Macy's or whatever you use for online shopping. It can be anything that the application that you use like social networking or whatever you want to choose, any working application, not going into too much detail, but the basic functionality, not just purpose, introduction and all. Like you should provide me the core functionality, what that application does. If it is Amazon, then the user should be able to log in, and if they are not a registered user, then they should be able to register themselves, and then once they are registered themselves, then they should be able to log into the application. Then once they're logged in the application, what do they see on the home page? And then after they should be, if it is a shopping cart, then let's say if it is Macy's, then they should be able to go into the various sections, men, women, whatever, household, kitchen, and they should be able to make selection. And I'm just giving you, you don't have to select this Macy's. You can select whatever application you want. So basically the idea is that now it's a reverse engineering. You have the application in front of you, the functionality, the software is there in front of you working. You're going reverse engineering and you're writing the requirements. You're thinking that if you were the BA of this project, so we use all these applications, that's fine. But now you have that mindset, right? You have that mind-bent thinking how the BA would have written the requirement when this was not even conceptualized, when it was not even, start from inception and write how they would have visualized, conceptualized, in scope item, and then write. You can use the same template, this template for business requirement, or if you want, you can come up with whatever you want, make changes, be creative. It should work for your team, not for me. You are the BA now, and you're looking at the functionality, the software, everything is working, and you understand the software because you have been using it. It can be anything, Netflix, banking application, hotel reservation, airline reservation, anything, whatever you use, your choice. So you talk about of course this will remain same. The purpose of the document is going to be same because you're writing it for getting the approval on the requirements, and you're writing for developers and QA so that they can use this, and the proposed system is built based on these requirements and QA testers can test. and all this will remain same. So you come up with the assumptions, constraints, possible dependencies. You can come up with them. Propose system, what this system is going to do, because you know the functionality, what it does. So come up with that 1 or 2 or 3 paragraphs, whatever you can, and then you write about what are the business requirements, how that functionality is working. Just high-level guidelines, clear, concise, very simple language, no technical or business jargon, consistent, crisp enough so that an 8th grader can understand it. Language-wise, I mean, of course, functionality-wise, it is going to be complex. Every business is different, so I'm not saying that an 8th grader should understand what the business is doing. Of course, they cannot. But language-wise, it should be clear and crisp enough that everybody should be able to understand it. And in a logical flow, the requirement should be in a logical flow. Okay. So one, you have to finish this, your own baby. That's what, you started from inception. You saw what was the scope, and then we discussed the requirements, so you can finish it. And then you'll take up any application which is working. You use that, you are fluent in that, and then you go do the reverse engineering and write the documentation about it. Any concern?
Homework?
Homework. You want to call it homework?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the homework. People on phone, any questions for the assignment that you're going to do?
I'm good.
Okay. Natalie?
Clear? No, assignment is clear. I just need to, get back to the requirements for the project we did in class. That's all. But I will contact Sonia, right?
What's that?
No, I just need because I was late today for a little bit, so I missed a little bit in the beginning the requirements, I think.
Yeah, right. Requirements, you missed on the requirements, so probably yesterday what you have notes. I think all those changes I have incorporated in here. You will get this VRS that I have started with.
Right.
So if you have any questions, you can email me, and if you think we need a call, then you can contact Neela or Soumya, then they will be able to set up one call.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sure. So BRD, BRS is your bread and butter as a BA, so you should be clear about what is business requirement, what is functional requirement, what is non-functional requirement. But I will tell you this, that everything is coming from business. You are not cooking up anything overnight. That it's not that as a BA you have to come up with it. You have to discuss, ask questions. What, wow, when, who. Remember, like as a journalist, I mean, I don't know how much you know, but when they have to report something, right, as a mass communication medium, if I have to report any incidents, I have to make sure that I'm taking care of what I'm reporting, when it happened, how it happened, who did it. So all those W's, 4 W's and 1 H, how. So you are also, when you are presenting some information, make sure that you have covered all those what, how, when, who, how, whom. So all those things you're covering, all those aspects, and then so you know that what we are doing, who's supposed to do, who's the business users, the roles, why they are doing it, how they are doing it, all those aspects you have covered in the business requirement specification package. Only then the number of questions that come back to you during development phase and during the testing phase will be little less. I'm not saying like you have written, from your side you have written an absolutely perfect document and then you throw it over the wall and you say everything is in the document, go and check the document. I have written everything. That's not the purpose of writing good document. You write the good document, that's first step. After that, making sure that all the requirements that are sitting in the pretty looking documents, they are communicated, and the developers, QA testers, stakeholders are well aware of each and every requirement. And that will happen when you, at every step, you as a business analyst perform the hand holding. Like you tell them, make sure, wherever you need me, you make yourself available. Wherever they think, okay, we understand, you back out. Okay? So just the right amount of support. You want the team to be self-organized and self-dependent and all those good stuff. At the same time, you want to make sure that you make yourself available in case there are any follow-up questions, so that no one can say, where was the BA when the team was going wrong, right? So that's the thin line that you have to maintain. Not too much of influence, at the same time, not completely out of the scene, and no one knows where the BA is. Once she wrote the document, she's sitting in her home, sipping wine or coffee, and a team is by themselves. That's not happening. So the right amount of support you have to provide. Even after writing the clear, crisp, concise document, you have to provide the right amount of support during the development, and more support during the QA, because QA, they are completely dependent on your requirements. They will write all the test cases and test strategies based on the requirements. So then you'll have to provide more support. Okay. So far you have 2 assignments. It's 12, almost 12:10. You guys want to take last break, and then we'll continue with other deliverables of waterfall. We have a lot of, remember, a lot of documentation, a lot of planning. So we have a few more deliverables. This was your prime deliverable, your prime bread and butter as a BA in waterfall world especially. But we'll talk about other small documents, and we'll take a break now, and then we'll continue. Okay, great. So let's meet after 15 minutes.
all the way to Philly.
She did. See, that's good. That's good. I like it. Because if it was yesterday, it was just her. And if she was not here, I would be talking to walls. So it's good to see both of you in the classroom. You can collaborate, you can, discuss ideas.
It's raining next week. Yeah. We're planning to go somewhere, but the weather is good. But you can't complain, last year. You were here last year? Oh my God, it was horrible. It was horrible. So this year, so far, we cannot complain. Yeah. Right? I can imagine. Also, you're coming on every day. Most of the week is snow, right? Oh my God. We're off too many days from school. Oh my God, it was chaotic last week. You never know. We have January, but in Chicago and all that, they have Minneapolis. They are going to have a big snow this week. All those states are going to have big snow. I'm also planning to travel at this time of the year. Because first of all, it's chaotic, all the airports and everything. Secondly, if you get stuck somewhere, it's snow, then just forget about it. I always get worried about driving,
All right. So, since we are in waterfall world, more planning, more documentation, more planning and more documentation, right? So, little tidbits, teeny mini documentation, which might sound small or tidbits, but they help a long way. It goes a long way to make the BA more organized, more efficient. So we'll discuss a few more deliverables. Have you heard from Sindhuja today? What happened to her? Because
she's not well, actually.
okay, so she'll be listening to the recording.
Yeah, probably. She said she would be joining later, but I don't know.
Okay. So, any questions so far? Any concern? Any confusion? I want you to clear all your confusions because from next week we'll have other stuff. Then next week other stuff. Then next week other stuff. And then after that week 5 I'll be like, okay, bye, good luck. No, I'm kidding. You can email me anytime, but yeah, once we,
This project that we were doing about the banking, this is going to be on the resume or?
No. This is just to get you started. No.
Okay.
No. If everybody, like 5 people put back on same project, then you guys will be in trouble. I will not. No. This is just to get that feel, how you work as a team and how you collaborate, what kind of questions you ask, and how then they become the requirements and how you translate them into business function and non-functional requirements. Okay. Okay. So then we'll talk about the RAISY matrix. RAISY matrix is also known as stakeholders analysis, and what that means is that basically the roles and responsibilities of all the stakeholders, team members in the project. Okay, a deliverable again of a BA, business analyst, will create this RAISY matrix. And as I said, the roles and responsibilities of the BA, roles and responsibilities of the team members, who is going to do what, who is responsible for what, and what's their role of the project, so that everybody on the team is clear on the stakeholders' role. Okay, and why it's called RAISY, and if I can increase the font, you guys can see it. RAISY means responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. What that means is, for a particular task in the project, who is responsible for getting that done, who is accountable for getting that done, and who should be consulted to get that task done, and who should be just kept informed. So that clearly indicates the roles and responsibilities of each and every team member, and that includes software developers, QAs, business SMEs, stakeholders, even sponsors, project manager, everybody on this project. Who is going to do what? So how that helps the team is that since it's a waterfall, or for that matter even agile, team knows down the line, 1 year, 2 years project, who is doing what, the roles and responsibilities of the project members. So BA, where as a BA, it's best practice. If you create it, no one's going to, no one is going to ask you to, this is your deliverable created. Since we are in inception phase, as and when we have all team members coming in, you can include them, start creating the matrix, and stakeholder analysis, call it RAISY matrix, one and the same thing. But RAISY, as I said, is acronym for, wow, people on phone cannot hear you. You are right. Responsible, accountable, consulted, and just kept informed. So who's doing what? Everybody's clear on that role. So let's say, for example, the task is having the high-level discussion of the requirements and documenting the requirements. Okay, so let's say BRT. Okay, that's one task that someone has to create. Who is responsible for creating requirements document? Who is responsible for creating requirements document? Under R, the responsible person, who will come? So let's say, for example, I say one of the tasks, if I can only hover or move my mouse, I can. Yay! So let's say create BRD or discuss BRD or discuss business requirement. Analyze the requirements. Let's say analyze the requirements and document. So let's say I will say analyze and document requirements. Okay, that's one task I'm combining in one. So who will be responsible for getting this task done?
BA.
What do people
BA.
BA. So the majority says BA. If BA is responsible, then who's accountable for getting requirements done? Project manager. Project manager. Okay. Okay. People on phone. Who's accountable?
Probably project manager only.
Project manager. Okay. And who should be consulted?
Business people.
Okay. Business users, SMEs. Okay. And who should be kept informed then? Everybody.
Developer.
Yes. Everybody, but specifically the business sponsor, probably. If he wants to just be kept informed that, okay, what's going on with the business requirement. So, absolutely right. You guys are right. So, for analyzing and documenting the requirements, responsible person is BA. And if you have specific BAs for certain functionalities, because the idea of this matrix is to have clearly defined roles and responsibilities. So who is doing what? Then if there are multiple BAs, probably it can become a little vague. So if you can further decompose it and have for particular functionality, who is supposed to analyze and document those requirements, and let's say login and home page is Pallavi. So then it will be responsible is Pallavi, accountable is project manager, consulted should be business SMEs, and informed should be, let's say, development team and business sponsor. Okay. Any nodes, anything, just keep one column for any additional nodes or separate nodes which are not related to the core information that you're providing. So yes, you're right. BA and accountable is PM, and then consulted should be SME, and then informed should be, let's say, dev team probably, or business sponsor also. And so let's say analyzing document, we said login and home page requirements is this. And similarly SMEs also, there will be different SMEs, so we'll put the name so that clearly it is defined who is responsible. Not, again, SME can be very vague, right? What do you mean by SME? There can be 3, 4, 5, 6 SMEs. So we have clearly defined roles and responsibilities here. Then analyzing documents, document the requirements for accounting and finance modules, for example. So then again, responsible is, let's say, for example, we have, for this module, we have a responsible person as Sumana. So she is responsible for getting those requirements analyzed and documented. So we say that, and project manager, and then who are the SMEs, their names, and then who should be kept informed. So similarly, we'll task it out, and then let's say develop code for login and homepage functionality. So who will be responsible for doing that? Developer, okay. And who is accountable for getting that done? If that doesn't happen in time, responsible is this, but you understand the difference between responsible and accountable, right? Responsible is the person who has to do it, and accountable, I as a project manager will be accountable for certain things, right? So developing the code, responsible is developer. Who is accountable?
Project manager for it.
Okay. And this can probably be different. So that's where you have to perform analysis. You have to talk to the people. In few cases, project manager might say, hey, no, the tech lead is accountable, not me. So, okay, so you have to talk to the team. You have to analyze the stakeholders, and that's why its name is stakeholders analysis, and that's why it's called RAISY matrix, because you are creating this matrix after discussing. Do not assume or presume. Since I said PM, even for developing the code, it might not be the agreement within the team. PM might say, I don't manage those developers, okay? There's a development manager and tech lead. He is responsible for getting that done. So in that case, you will have the tech lead or, developer manager who will be responsible for getting this done. Consulted, who should be consulted in this case? Yes, the BA. BA has to perform the role of hand-holding, providing the support on the requirement, because now BA should be able to answer all the questions. And if BA doesn't have the answer, then he or she goes to the SME and provide the answer and provide the clarity. So consultant can be BA, or we can say in absence, if let's say BA is out sick, right? So the world will not stop. So maybe we can have SME too. So first contact person is BA, and in his or her absence, probably the corresponding SMEs too. But preferably we provide the names as well, so that it's perfectly clear that in this team we have 4 BAs, Natalie, Sumana, Pallavi is there, Parveen is there. So who is responsible or consulted for this particular task? So if everything is clearly defined, that will be great for the entire team. So that people who are coming in new in the team, they're not looking around for any information. It's already documented. Okay. So in this case, it can be PM, it can be tech lead, it can be development manager, who should be kept informed, probably sponsors should be kept informed about what is the, so project sponsor should be kept informed how the development is going. So let's say then there is a task of writing and executing test cases. Writing and executing test cases. Who is responsible for writing and executing test cases? QA. Okay. QA. And who should be accountable for if test cases are not written or executed in time? Who will be held accountable for that?
BA.
Someone said BA on phone. Someone said project manager. Okay. QA lead. Okay. Okay. Someone else? QA. Yeah, there is a QA manager. QA manager. Okay. Okay. So that will again depend on if it is not PM and PM says there's a QA lead who's responsible for that. So it will depend. You will have to talk to the team. So primarily it will be project manager who will be responsible for getting this done, because project manager is the captain of the ship, right? So they have to make sure that the resources are doing their work, their deliverables in the timelines and within the budget. So primarily project manager, but in some cases the QA lead or QA manager, the PM says, let it be there. So you will have to talk to the team and then put their name. Who should be consulted for writing and executing test cases?
BA.
BA, okay.
Developers.
Developer, okay. So I would say here BA, and in BA's absence SMEs, because developer is like what we are testing is what the developer has done, right? So if we consult them, it will be like asking a, I mean, this is not the right verbiage, but asking a thief to take care of your purse or wallet, because we are testing what they have done, how they have tested, right? So probably I would say BA is the first person who should be consulted, and then in his or her absence, SMEs can also be contacted. Okay, and who should be kept informed in this case? PM and sponsor, business project sponsor. I will say just PS, project sponsor. Okay. So this way, each and every task that needs to be conducted throughout the project, we are clearly defining the roles and responsibilities for each task, who is responsible for getting that done, who is accountable, who should be consulted, and who should be just kept informed. Okay, so this gives you an opportunity, this exercise gives you an opportunity to get to know each team member, their clear and crisp role. Sometimes what will happen is that taking the requirements, the consult person is me who is, let's say, let's say Karen Marks is the person who will give you the requirements. So the SME is different. However, to get approval on those requirements, the SME is someone else. So all those things we have to document in here. In case the person who is going to provide the requirements and review them, SME is different, but the person is different for providing the sign-off, because there is someone who works as a business process coordinator who is expert in giving in that process. However, higher up wants to review those requirements, and he or she is the person who is supposed to give the final approval. Sometimes that also happens. So in the analysis phase, in the initial beginning phase, you will be working with the different SMEs to work on the requirements, but towards the end of analysis phase, you will review with the entire team of the business stakeholders, including that higher up person who is supposed to provide the final sign-off on the requirements. So in that case, we'll say analyze and document the requirements. BA is, let's say, Sumana. Project manager is accountable. SME is will be consulted, and that consulted person is so and so. However, for providing the sign-off and approval, the SME is still SME, but the person is different. So the entire team knows that, okay, this person was supposed to give the requirements, whereas this person was supposed to give the approval and final blessings. So this way, each and every person's role will be clear, who is responsible for what, who is accountable for what, who should be consulted for what, and who should be just kept informed for what. Okay. Any question regarding the RAISY matrix or stakeholders analysis? If in interview someone asks you, RAISY matrix is nothing but stakeholders analysis, and this is how, I mean, again, this is just one plain, simple, vanilla form of the document. You can create your own, you can do whatever you want, but basically it's your deliverable, and if you have created it, then it's your responsibility to also keep it up to date. As and when during the phases, new people come in or some people move out of the project, the stale information should not be there, because that will just defy the purpose. That will be giving wrong information. Is like, it's better to have no information than having wrong information. Do you agree? Okay. It would be better if you do not create the RAISY chart, but if you have created, then keep it up to date. Any question?
It's like a Bible for the project.
Whatever you create is Bible. It's becoming Bible. So I don't know who wrote the Bible. That's what your title is going to be. Yep. That is true. Okay. I'm not saving this, so but you will get these templates. Again, format can be Excel, it can be Word, you can create your own chart, tables, metrics, whatever needs to be added, feel free to add it, but it's a best practice. As a BA, when you start the project and the scope is being scoped, by the time it's good time to initiate all these things, and then they are evolving documents. So as and when we go in the next phases, new people come in or someone moves out of the project, keep it up to date.
In a practical word, how long do you get to create this kind of, document? How long is there a time frame?
It is an evolving document, right? So sometimes you start doing it, right? Yeah, you start doing it. You know that you are the BA. You know that there are certain other team members. You start creating that, and as and when more people come in, and their role becomes clear, you can keep on adding it, and there will be a point when you have all the people covered in this chart, this matrix.
But you said it is not a mandatory.
Yeah, it's not. I would say that it's not mandatory. Means no one is actually like waiting like requirement document, right? Development cannot start if you do not deliver your requirement document in time. This is a best practice. If you do it, you will be a great BA, you will do a good job, and it makes everybody's life in the project easier. Everybody understand what's going on, who is who. So always try to do it and use the best practices.
How common to BAs create this matrix? I think every company has it, right? Like a BRD, like even if it's not for a IT, even if it is a project, something else going on, there's a business analyst and there's the...
Oh, you're talking about the organizational chart, like who is who? Yeah.
No, the document, the BRD document. If it's not like IT project too, if there's another project.
I think she's talking about RAISY matrix.
Oh, okay.
Right? So BRD, yes, without BRD, your project will be like going nowhere, and even if developers are developing something and there's no business requirement documented, then it can be very chaotic. People can document, develop something wrong which has not been documented. So that is a must. So coming back to RAISY matrix, how often do we create it? again, it depends on how much, at what point you joined. If you are you're part of the project right from the inception phase, and the scoping is happening, and you're not actively in requirement elicitation mode. You're not reached there. Always a good practice to start creating this take the initiative, even if project manager doesn't necessarily ask you. It's your project, so you can create.
I need to ask you, is the real world
Yeah, we do.
create or is it to does that?
Yeah, that can happen if you do it, if you don't do it. But I'm making you aware that there's such deliverable that can be asked from you. And even if it is not asked from you, go ahead and create it. So it's a good practice, best practice. But you're right. I will not be surprised if you ask some BA and they're not aware of what is RASI matrix. But I don't want my students to be like that. So I'm telling you what is RASI matrix. It's stakeholders analysis. It's good practice. Not necessarily it's one of the must-have deliverables of each and every project, but nice to have. Okay. Work breakdown structure. Now, work breakdown structure is not necessarily a BS deliverable. You don't have to create or initiate it. However, it's a project management tool. Okay, project manager wants to know that throughout this whole project, what all tasks all the team members will be doing, and what is the breakdown structure of those tasks. So, for example, BA, right? In BA, in analysis phase, what all tasks they will be doing, what is the tentative start date, what is the tentative finish date, and how many days or number of hours you expect you will be taking to finish that task, and any risk that you probably can see. So basically, like if you want to jump back to your agile world, we had that sprint planning day. On day one, Scrum Master asks you, the expected number of hours or days that you will take to finish those tasks. It's again same thing, but here because it's a waterfall world, everything planning up front, all those stuff, planning. So if not for the entire project, the one-year project, if you cannot provide the information for analysis phase, design phase, implementation phase, testing phase, you probably might not be able to envisage what you will be doing during October, November, December in the testing phase. So if not for the entire project, but at least at the beginning of that phase, that was the analysis phase, what all the team will be doing in the analysis phase. So then the project manager, what they will do is she will use the Microsoft project. If they're using the Microsoft project, they will put all those number of hours and days and each task. So she knows, okay, the Friday there is a project status call. She has that inkling, okay, where does Parveen, what she should be doing and where is she. So when you are providing your status on the status call, weekly status call, she would have some kind of an idea at least where you were supposed to be and where you are. So it's basically a work breakdown structure of the entire project, but if not entire project, they will ask you at least for the upcoming phase. If it is analysis phase, okay, BA, what you will all will be doing, what is the expected number of days or hours you will be taking to finish that task, the expected start date, the expected end date, and if you see any risk, let me know upfront so that I can plan the mitigation plan, or I can have a plan B in place for you guys. So you as a BA will provide in case the manager is busy or lazy, he or she might ask you to get the same information from BAs, QAs or developers as well. So probably you might collating the information and providing to the project manager, but once the project manager has the collated information for all, he or she will put in their project plan. Usually the PMs use that Microsoft project. They have each line item they have for each task, and in front of that task they put 5 days, let's say, for having initial discussion on the requirement. So let's say your first task is for analysis phase is to have, your task is to analyze I'll give it, let's say, login and home pages theme 1 and 2, for example, just to keep it simple, okay? Analyze theme 1 and 2 requirements. So you will be setting up chat sessions, meeting with the business users, having discussions, drilling down into the details, all the stuff, right? So then you will say whatever, analyze. So you'll say set up chat, discuss, rec, document. Then you will put expected number of days that you think you will take to do all these tasks. Okay. So let's say you said 10 days. So you're saying 2 weeks you will do, you will take. Then expected start date, completion date, any risk. If you see, okay, I think my business user Katie is on vacation, just I'm cooking it up now. Any risk that you see. So again, no one is catching you or holding you back on, okay, today is 9 days and 7 hours, where is the requirement document? But again, this is a tracking tool for the project manager. He or she knows that the start date and the end date that you gave, where are you? So when for that week a status call is happening. Remember, this is waterfall. You're not having that stand-up call every day. We guys are not providing the what I did yesterday, what I intend to do today. So usually, depending on project to project, it's month, sometimes fortnightly, sometimes weekly calls, sometimes bi-weekly calls, status call that happens. So this is one of the tools for project managers to keep track of who should be doing what, and then when they're providing the status, he or she knows that, okay, down the line, you said 10 days, 5 days worth of work has been done, now 5 more days, okay, so then the next call happens, she expects you to finish that. So if not for the entire project, he or she will be expecting you to provide this work breakdown structure for that particular phase. So analysis phase you did this. For design phase you will providing, okay, so design phase your task will be to provide support to the technical team, provide walkthrough of the requirements, whatever the task that you can envision, and then estimated number of days that you think you will be providing that support, start date, end date, and then so that she knows that, okay, in August, month of August, so and so BA will be doing this work. And then same thing for the rest of the team as well. QAs will provide their work breakdown structure, developers will provide their work breakdown structure. Even though you are not concerned with their work breakdown structure, there might be a situation when project manager asks you, can you, collate this information for me and help them to come up with this, and then they will put that in their project charter. So you can make a difference out now, right? In Agile world, there's nothing that you are documenting it upfront for the entire project or the entire phase, but it's a quick 15 minutes meeting every day, and on day-to-day basis we are providing the status to the entire team. Here, the authority is centralized. We are providing a written estimate of our work to project manager, and they put it in their project plan.
What is the popular nowadays?
Agile is popular.
Really?
Less documentation. And you see, how can probably I give my estimates for what I'm going to do in 2 years or 6 months, even 6 months, right? So it's doing planning, but is it worth it? I mean, is it going to stand true after 6 months? I'm sure it's going to, I will have to update it again based on when I reach there. So why don't we have that thing on daily basis? Keep it quick and short. Don't make it tiring, and don't make it like fatigue, like the team members are getting bored of it, but make it quick, make it fun, and it's on real-time basis. So what I could do yesterday, I'm telling you today. What I intend to do, I'm telling you. And if I see some risk, if I see some roadblockers, any impediments, you tell then and there. And then after that, it becomes Scrum Master's responsibility to resolve them. So it's a win-win situation for both. It's real information, it's feasible information, it's real-time information, rather than planning upfront and then changing your own plan when you reach there. Having said that, these things worked, okay? So I should not be saying that what is better, what is wrong, but again, it's to each his own. So then you will provide this for at the start of inception, analysis phase, design phase, implementation phase, testing phase, and deployment phase, and then all team members as well. Okay. Any question, people on phone? Anything on work breakdown structure or RASI matrix or anything?
It's clear.
Okay.
The risk should be only personal, or do we have to think of something else in the work breakdown structure?
Personal. What do you mean by personal?
Like you said, someone might be on a vacation or something like that. Should it be like that, or do we have to think something related to project?
Well, I just gave an example of, since you are a BA and you will be taking the requirements and discussing it with the business user, and if you are supposed to provide that information in 10 days and you know clearly that on majority of the days, your subject matter expert or your person from whom you have to take the requirement, he or she is on vacation. So probably that was just an example, but yeah, you're right. That has to be purely on project basis. Whatever you see, you have to write it in that way. Sure. And if you see any risk, if you don't see, you can just keep it blank. Anything that you can provide information upfront.
Okay.
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 Yep. So we spoke about the work breakdown structure. Requirement traceability matrix, I think we'll talk about it when we reach the QA, because then it will make more sense. But basically what it does is requirement traceability matrix, again, is initiated by the business analyst. What requirement traceability matrix does is that you know by now that we have all the requirements uniquely identified. There's a number for each requirement number. Each requirement there's a unique number, ID, right? So in order to make sure that each of your requirement got developed and tested, we want to make sure that there is a traceability, bidirectional traceability. What I mean by bidirectional traceability is that there's a requirement number BRS 2.3.C. Okay, so requirement number 2.3.C, to ensure that that particular requirement number got developed and tested, I want to see that there is a corresponding technical specification and corresponding test case number to that requirement number. So that will ensure me that this particular requirement number got developed and tested, because there is a corresponding technical specification number and there is a corresponding test case number. Now, bidirectionally, tracing the requirement means this was going upfront, like upward towards the project development. Now, in the testing phase, if I have a particular test case number which I cannot tie it back to a corresponding requirement number. So here, if you see on this screen, and I promise you we'll go back again to requirement traceability metrics when we do testing, because by that time we will have learned the test cases, we will have learned the use cases. But so let's say requirement number. Now don't go on all these headings for now. Okay, for now don't go on that. There's a requirement number 1.1, 1.2, 1.2, 2.1, 1.3. All those requirement numbers we have. We have the high level description of what that requirement does. Okay. Now, as we are moving along the project, we want to make sure that each and every of these requirement numbers got built. So we have the design reference number, object reference number, meaning technical specification numbers are there. If I have those numbers here, I know that, okay, there is a corresponding number and that requirement got built, that got developed. And similarly, I have a corresponding test case number here. So I know that, okay, there's a number to this requirement and all these corresponding fields are filled. So that means it got built and it got tested. It got built, it got tested. This requirement number got built, got tested. Because there are numbers, corresponding numbers to that. In case this box is empty, even though it is empty right now, all the boxes are empty right now, but all these are filled with the corresponding test case number and design number or technical specification number. In case one of these boxes is empty, I can find out, okay, there's no test case number, so either that is not tested, or if it is tested, then ask the QA to fill in their corresponding test case number. So this way I can ensure that throughout the development of these requirements, each got developed and tested, each got developed and tested, and if something is missing, the number is missing, that means it missed out, we missed out. And in testing, if I, as a tester, QA tester, have a test case number, that means there is a functionality in the system which cannot be tied back to a particular requirement number. That means it is out of scope. There was no requirement, there was no corresponding requirement where I can tie it back this functionality to. So that means that we built something got built out of scope. Am I making any sense? Or no? Okay. I'll say that again. We wrote a business requirement document. Let's talk about our CCG project. There were 65 total BRS, and then within 65 also 1.1 has 1.1, 1.1.1, 1.1.2. All the requirements are uniquely identified. If for each requirement number I have the design number and test case number, that will ensure that each requirement got built and tested. Built and tested. Okay. In case this box was empty or this box was empty, anybody who is looking at a higher picture can see, okay, this requirement doesn't have a test case number. So what happened? Did the tester did not test it, or did, oh no, I tested, but somehow I didn't fill the test case number. So okay, then fill it up so that we are ensured that each and every box is filled and this matrix is complete and each requirement got built and tested. That is one directional traceability. Now, as a tester, I am testing some functionality, I am seeing some functionality, and that test case number cannot be tied back to a particular requirement number. So that means that was not part of my BRD. That requirement number cannot be found here. I cannot tie it back to the requirement. So where that functionality came from? Maybe developer built something which was not in scope. So we found out something which is, we built something, our developers built something which was not in scope, which was not in the business requirement document, because as a tester I cannot tie it back to the requirement number. There's no requirement number. Okay. So if That's why it's a bidirectional tracing of the requirement. When we are moving along, we make sure that it's being developed and it's being tested. And in the testing phase, we can tie back all the test cases back to the particular requirement numbers. And so we make sure that everything that was in scope is being delivered, is being tested, right? And anything which was not in scope is not there, is not getting built.
If there is something that is not tested and the tester finds it, and they have to let them know.
Yes. Yes. This is a collective effort of the entire team. BA starts it, they initiate it, but then as and when the developer has built and they have their design reference number or technical specification number, they fill in their piece. When the testers execute their test cases, they write in their corresponding test case number here. So it makes sure that the matrix is complete. And you can remind them, you can tell them as a BA that go and fill it up. Okay? Make sure that the requirement traceability matrix is complete. And for some reason, if they're busy, or you can help them in filling this and making sure that this matrix is complete, so be it. You can do that. But idea is that for each requirement number, there is a corresponding technical specification number and test case number, so that anybody who is looking at from a very high level sees that okay. This guy has the corresponding number. This guy has the corresponding number. This guy has the corresponding number. This guy has all the corresponding numbers. This guy, where is the test case number for this requirement? Did that not get built? Did it not get tested? If yes, provide the team the test case number. Okay. And in case I have a test case, I see some functionality as a tester. I see a functionality which cannot be related to any requirement number here. It doesn't make sense. It is not tying back to any of the requirements. That means that was not in the BRT. It got built by mistake, which is out of scope. And we don't want to provide anything which is out of scope, because that can be a reason for a scope creep that can break the real actual functionality which we were supposed to provide. So we don't want to provide anything which is not in scope. So this requirement traceability matrix will keep a track of anything which is in scope is getting built and tested. Anything which is out of scope is not getting built and tested. Okay. Initially started by BA, but then it's a collective effort. The entire team has to come up and contribute to this traceability matrix, so that every team member makes sure that we don't go out of scope and we stay within the scope and we are delivering to the customer whatever we promised. Okay. And once we learn the test cases in the QA, we'll come back and it will probably make more sense also. Any questions so far? People on phone? Anything on RTM, requirement traceability matrix, RASI matrix, work breakdown structure? Lot of matrices now that you're creating and maintaining?
Everything is clear.
Okay. So as a BA, it's not just the requirement. It's just not the document. It's more. I shouldn't say more, but it's also coordinating the team, making sure that we stick to the scope, making sure that you make with these teeny-weeny documentation, these deliverables, you collaborate more with the team. So that is a requirement traceability matrix. You are involved in each phase, right? It's a never-ending job. I mean that's what you want, right? If your work keeps on, and then you will be part of the team. And that's what I say, that as a BA, you just try to become indispensable. You become indispensable. You should be involved in whatever is happening, so that your project gets extended. That's what you want. So we spoke about setting up the agenda. When you set up the meeting, chat sessions, any kind of meeting, not only chat session, any kind of a meeting, make sure you send out the agenda, clear agenda out. So I'm not saying that every time you have to use format or a Word document. You can even set up the agenda in the Outlook calendar, the invite that you're sending. But just to be on more organized or using the best practices, send out the agenda. I'm not saying this is the best agenda. You can use your own time frame set. Basically, sending out, if it's a long meeting like half a day meeting or a full day meeting, 9 to 9:15 introductions. 9:15 to 10, we're going to discuss on open items, whatever. 10 to 11, discussion on the new requirements that we have not even touched, whatever, the name of that module, that requirement, that theme. 11 to 12, so-and-so discussion. 12 to 1, lunch break. So everybody knows, okay, what's coming up next. They come prepared. They know who's facilitating this. What are the time frames? This can also help people to come right in the right spot, right window. Okay, so if you have 3 or 4 topics to be discussed in that day, and 2 to 3 is the topic when you will be discussing requirements related to accounting module, for example. So the SME who is from accounting department, he or she will ensure that okay, I have to be present in that meeting whole day. We are part of that, but definitely I have to be there between 2 to 3, right? So it helps organize in a better way. It helps people come prepared. It helps people to know what we are getting into, so that they come prepared. When are we going to get breaks? When are we going to get lunch break? All of our stuff. So send out the meeting agenda. If possible, have clear, concise time frames. What are the topics? What we're going to, what is the purpose? Why we're discussing that? Who is the mandatory person required for that topic? What are we expecting at the end of the discussion? Again, not saying that you can get rid of whatever you feel that it's not applicable for this meeting. Get rid of that. You can send the agenda items at a very high level in the Outlook meeting invite itself. Okay, whatever works for the team, whatever is applicable for the team. Okay. Any question? Okay. Then we will talk about the meeting minutes. So when we have meetings, and especially when we have major meetings where a lot of stakeholders were involved, from multi-units, multi-department people were involved, even outsider vendors were invited in the meeting, higher executives who were present, and they probably came from other locations, various stakeholders. So it's a multi-party meeting where we want to make sure that whatever we discuss, everybody's on the same page at the end of the day. And it also serves the purpose where out of 20, 25 people who attended the who were invited to the original meeting, and 2 or 3 could not make it. So if we send out the meeting minutes, everybody can be brought on the same page. So if they missed the entire meeting or part of a meeting, if we send out the meeting minutes of the meeting, short form is MOM, MOM, minutes of meeting, whatever you want to call it. If we send them out, everybody who was part of the team of the meeting can reiterate their understanding. Okay, this is what we understood. This is what we decided upon. This is what happened in the meeting. Also, team members who were not part of the meeting, either they were not invited or they could not make it to the meeting, they can go over the meeting minutes and come up to speed as in what happened in that meeting. Again, format-wise, you can choose your own format. Sometimes I don't every time use a Word format where I have to type in everything, right? I have a meeting invite where everybody is already there on that calendar. I can simply reply to all and say, here are the points we discussed today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If it was an internal meeting, not many people came. But in case multi-party meeting happens, some external vendors were there, some clients were involved, some high-profile executives were involved, then it makes sense to have a, it makes more, it shows you're more organized if you send out in a particular format or in a Word format where you have the, oh yeah, right, exactly. So you can have what was the meeting, who was the facilitator, who recorded, and you can change whatever. But meeting date, time, location, what was the purpose, who all were invited, from which, as I said, there can be multiple organizations from where people are coming, so everybody understands who came from where. Required, optional, I think we should get rid of this. If they're optional, are we making them less important or what? So probably we can just get rid of that column.
Topics and the resolution, right?
Right. So what were the topics that we discussed? And then decisions, what major decisions were made. Now at this point, don't go in the details because you are not present in that meeting. So you will not understand what is being talked about here. But just to give you an idea as in how you can present your information in various sections. So what was the standing agenda? What were the decisions made here? Action items, who owns that? So assigned to whom, target date, complete date. So everybody knows that after meeting, these were the decisions made, these were the outstanding items, who took away those items and who is responsible for getting that done, and what are the estimated dates for that. And then you can also have minute by minute what happened in that meeting. So you can put that meeting minutes as well, who said what and all that stuff. But
That's way too much information.
Way too much information, I agree. You should not be doing it you cannot do it for each and every meeting. But as I said, if a lot of parties are involved and there's a huge, big meeting, it's a big event, and your project manager wants to capture the meeting minutes, then you have no choice. For regular meetings, as I said, you can simply reply to the same meeting invite, whosoever invited, so that everybody is on the same page. If major decision taken, this is what we discussed, so that tomorrow no one says, oh, I was not aware of that, I have to provide this information. Oh, I was not aware of that, I didn't. I know. But it's always best practice to send out meeting minutes after at least major meetings. Okay. So I think we're going too fast. We are taking, there's so much of documentation that you got introduced to today. So what all you got introduced to today? Let's see what all we did today. Anyone who wants to provide a recap of the documentation that we did? People on phone?
We did requirements for our BRD document. Also, we did data mapping documents, non-factual requirements, also for BRD. Then we talk about traceability metrics, requirements and traceability metrics. We talk about how to plan the meeting. That's it, I think. What I'm missing?
Someone has to tell me. Someone from the audience. So you said requirement traceability matrix. You said RASI matrix.
Work breakdown.
Work breakdown. Work breakdown. Yes. Okay. Cool. Now we got it. We discussed the meeting agenda, meeting minutes. Okay. So many documentation, right? Since we still have few minutes, why don't we do few more documents?
Oh my God.
I just have a couple of more. Release note. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll do it next week. Okay, that's fine. So, but I can adjust to your pace. I will, and I promise you, I will adjust to your pace. Whenever it's getting too much, I'll stop yanking. But I want to make sure that it's making sense to you guys. Okay. Concept is clear? Okay. So now you will get, tomorrow is Monday, so you will get these templates, whatever we discussed today. Try to put your hands on them. Okay. Try to see when you actually work on them, is it making sense? Are you completely becoming blank and what is this? I don't understand. Or you see, I understand because you don't have team, and I keep saying that all these documentations are after talking to the team. A team is required to discuss. Okay, so you're not cooking up with any information. So I understand that if you cannot fill it in completely, but when you see any template, you should be able to make sense of what you need to fill in there. I understand that you need information from your team members. Work breakdown structure, you cannot make it for developer, you cannot make it for your QA people, even you cannot make it for yourself because it's a long project, you don't know what you're going to do in the next phase. But you should know, you should be aware of that if in a given circumstance, if I have the complete team sitting here, whom to ask what and what information I need to ask. So as you said, if concept is clear, I will be okay. I will maintain your pace. I will go with the pace that you want to, and wherever you think it's overflowing information, we'll stop it. But I want to make sure that you understand whatever we are discussing here. Okay. So when we meet next time, we'll have to talk about release notes, use case, UML diagrams. We have to revisit agile methodology. Remember, we have to talk about the data mapping document. We have to talk about the user story, the real life user story. We have to look at the example. We have to talk about the certifications that we have in BA world. Okay, we have to go over the project manager body of knowledge. So a lot of things coming up in next week. And then after that, we have QA starting. So please maintain the pace that you have been. Rather accelerate your pace so that you don't get lost or are not left behind. Every week you will have to catch up with what we did in the classroom. I keep saying this is a fast-paced boot camp training, so you will have to be up to the, pull up your socks and be at the same pace. Maintain it, because next week, I told you like 10 different things that we're going to do next week. After that, QA will start. After that, final deliverables of QA, and we have to make sense of, connect the dots, whatever we did in the last 5 weeks. And as I said, after that, I'll be like, good luck, guys. Enjoy your training and so you have to make use of this 5 weeks. Okay, so I heard.
Do we have class next week?
Oh, I was coming to that. I see that one vote I see that is not interested. I don't know about others. I am fine either way. As I said, I will do whatever you guys want.
Yeah, I'll talk to Tom. Yes.
Still great.
Yeah, me as well.
To you as well means what? You're okay or you're not okay?
No, I'm going to Vegas for the entire week.
Oh my God!
Vegas time or something? Yesterday I said Vegas.
Someone is trying to make us jealous.
Yeah, let's take a break.
You're the best guys if you guys got it.
Out of 4, we have 3 words for break. Okay, so two are neutral. Me and Pallavi are neutral. So I think we can inform her to have a break because it's Christmas. And then what about the New Year?
Yeah, again that's going to be.
Again, that's going to be what? You guys want to continue?
New Year's is okay.
Because New Year.
Yeah, because New Year's is on a Friday, Thursday, right?
Yes. Yeah. After that is 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's
3 and 4 January. I think that should be okay, right? Okay. So we are taking break on 27th and 28th.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I will inform them. Fine. Okay. So that thing is out of the way now. But any question, anything before? Because now you're getting 1 week more break, right? So I want you to get done this BRD complete. Oh, good time you took break. Very good. So you have BRD that has to be completed that we started in the class. You have to take up an application of your choice and do the reverse engineering of writing the requirement, wearing a hat of that BA, and just to talk about what is scope, what is the proposed system, what all this new system is going to do, and then the business and functional, non-functional requirements. And then you have to have a look at all these documents, teeny-weeny documents that we discussed, make sense of it. Whatever you can fill, that's fine. But I will understand that you need a team, environment to come up with these things, but try to fill in whatever you can. But the concept should be clear, that's the idea. Next whenever we meet next week, or definitely we're not meeting next week, but week following that, we'll talk about UML diagrams, we'll talk about use case, we'll talk about user story, we'll talk about data mapping, so a lot of activities coming. A theater near you, except PK. All right. So we still have 25 minutes. If you have any question, I'm here. Otherwise, feel free. If someone has to go, that's fine. We can call it a day.
I want to know what QA is basically about. Is it manual testing or something automation or something?
Okay, so we are going to do manual QA testing techniques and what are the deliverables of a manual QA tester. We're not going to do the automation or those QTP tools or whatever. We will be doing the manual QA testing.
Okay.
Manual is everywhere, right?
Yeah, there's a software and there are specifications. So someone has to provide that, unbiased third eyes view and see whether the software is working as per the specifications. So basically, QA tester has to test if the software is in compliance with the requirements. That's what they have to do. Okay, if we don't have any other question, then have a good week and a good Christmas. And a New Year too. Yeah, we'll be meeting in the New Year now. Wow.
We will see you next year then.
We will see you next year. Okay. Have a happy New Year 2015. And I will see you in New Year then.
Thank you,
Thank
Malik.
you. Wish you the same.
To everybody.
Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, guys. Thanks.